Good evening and welcome to the Beaumont regular session as well as closed session. We'll be starting closed session at 4:35. Can I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Orozco?
Here.
Councilmember Knight?
Here.
Councilmember Condon?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Lara?
Here. We don't have any need for excused absences. Do we have any adjustments to the closed session agenda?
There is one, Your Honor, and that is in the matter of Oak Tree Alternative Care versus City of Beaumont. There is a settlement offer that's been made, and it was made after the agenda was posted, and the time within which to respond is immediate. They want an answer by tomorrow. So that would be a late-breaking item, and you can add that to the agenda by a 2/3 vote that the item arose after the posting of the agenda and requires immediate attention. So you'll have to take that vote to add it to the agenda, and the item that would be added would be as follows. Conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, one case, Oak Tree Alternative Care versus City of Beaumont. And again, that closed session would be for the purpose of discussing the pending litigation and possible settlement.
Okay. I'll make a motion to add the agenda item, which would be agenda item F, as read by John Pinckney.
I will second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mayor Lara and a second by Councilmember Knight. So roll call. Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Here. Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Motion carries. We'll add that item. No conflicts of interest for disclosure. So with that...
We do have a speaker, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and open public comment at 4:37.
Mayor and Council, hope all of Council is proud of themselves. The three items on the closed session agenda are Council's illegal gifting of $250,000 salary to a clerk, the SEC subpoenas, which will send every member of Council to federal prison, and an illegal payoff to Urban Logic, or they might sue. To quote the State Controller's report, it is difficult to understand why the City Council would ever approve or condone such actions. On May 3rd, Mayor Lara adjourned the regular session of the Beaumont Council meeting at 10:53 p.m. At 12:35 a.m., Council unanimously approved an employment contract for Ms. Gibbs. It is illegal for Council to gift a $250,000 employee contract to someone who is not qualified. And after the Council meeting adjourned, and when the item was not even on the agenda. I have put in front of you a public records request. We have asked for this information before. It has not been given to us. It is for the employee roster and payroll from July 2015 to the present. It's long overdue. Anticipated litigation, SEC investigation. For the record, the complaints filed with the SEC were against Union Bank, not the city. But the Beaumont City Council, as the district and authority, is criminally liable for forging financial statements, illegally forming a joint powers authority, acquiring municipal bonds under fraudulent pretenses, approving illegal use of bond funds, and facilitating the embezzlement of federal municipal bond money. Also, there's the claim by Urban Logic Consultants. After the raids, City Council unanimously approved retaining Urban Logic. In the last year alone, this council has paid Urban Logic $975,000 from the check warrants and $800,000 through the bond fund accounts. The bond fund accounts show that Urban Logic was paid $35 million from the requisitions while being paid $6 million a year off the check warrants, while every principal of Urban Logic received $250,000 a year salary, all with council approval. A government agency cannot legally give contracts and pay out taxpayer money for forged invoices. Kieran McKieran cannot sue the city for promises made to him by Deepak Morjani, Ernie Eggers, and Dave Dillon. Council is criminally and civilly responsible for every penny of taxpayer money and for every corrupt staff member, lawyer, and consultant hired to violate state and federal laws for financial gain. It doesn't matter what your attorney tells you.
Thank you very much.
Council is responsible for their actions.
Need you to wrap up.
I was given bad advice is not a legal defense that will keep you out of state and federal prison.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Glad to tell you.
Any additional speakers?
So the closed session items are item A, well, actually, we have the late add item, which is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. That's the Oak Tree case that council added as a late add. Then item A, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representatives, Mayor Mike Laura and City Council Member Orozco, unrepresented employees, interim city manager, acting city manager. B is public employee employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, and the employee titles that are being considered for appointment or employment are city manager and or interim city manager. Item C, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, employee title acting city manager. D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, and or 3, and that matter involves an investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Item E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, and or 3, consideration of denial, approval, or settlement of claim by Urban Logic Consultants. And that is it for closed session.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment at 4:43, and we'll adjourn to closed session. City Council is reporting back out of closed session at 6:24. Can I please get a report from the City Attorney regarding closed session action?
The first item that was discussed in closed session was a late-breaking item, a late add under the Brown Act. Action was taken by council prior to the closed session to add that item, and that item was as follows. Conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. One case, Oak Tree Alternative Care versus the City of Beaumont, and that closed session was for the purpose of discussing the pending litigation and a possible settlement. There had been a settlement offer that had been received by opposing counsel in the case, and they indicated that they needed a response to that offer immediately in order for they gave a very limited period of time for the city to respond to the settlement offer. So there was no reportable action taken on that item in closed session. The next item that was discussed in closed session was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representatives, Mayor Mike Laura and Councilmember Orozco, the unrepresented employees, interim city manager, acting city manager. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B, public employee appointment employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, employee titles, city manager, interim city manager. And just for clarity, so we did have a closed session discussion regarding the possible appointment or employment of an interim city manager. There was no action that was taken in closed session, but I believe there will be a vote at the end of the report out from closed session under the description in the agenda, action, if any, on closed session items. So we did have a closed session item on the agenda on that, and I believe there will be action taken on that, and I have a contract that we'll make available to the public to review. The next item, item C, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, employee title, acting city manager. There was no action taken under that item. The next item, D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.D2 and/or 3. This matter involves an investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, and that was due to the fact that the city had received a claim by the company Urban Logic, and the purpose of the closed session was consideration of denying that claim, approving that claim, or settling that claim by Urban Logic Consultants. There was reportable action taken in closed session on that item, and the action was as follows. There was a motion by Mayor Pro Tem White to deny the claim submitted by Urban Logic Consultants, a second by Mayor Laura, and a vote in favor of denying the claim by Councilmember Condon, Councilmember Knight, Councilmember Roscoe, Councilmember White, and Mayor Lara. So it was a unanimous decision to deny the claim that was submitted by Urban Logic. And so that is a report out from closed session. I understand the council may want to take action on the proposed contract. Again, this relates back to agenda item B, which was public employee employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. The Brown Act prohibits you from taking final action with regard to an unrepresented employee in closed session. And so if you want to take action in terms of appointing an interim city manager, you have to do that here in the open session. And I do have the draft contract that we can make available to the public, and I don't believe the council has seen that contract yet, but I can, if you'd like, I can pass out copies to you and make copies available for the public before you take action on that item.
Yes, if you would, please.
No.
We'll share.
Are we missing one?
One was in a couple.
Just briefly, Your Honor, while the public obtains copies, and if we need more copies, let us know and we'll have more copies made. But as they review that, I'll just point out some of the provisions in the contract, and the council should take whatever time that it needs to review the contract. But some of the terms of the contract, number one, this is a contract for an interim city manager. It's an employment agreement. It would be effective May 17th of 2016. It would be the individual that it would be with, that would be appointed as the interim city manager, would be Richard N. Warren, W-A-R-N-E. And under Section 1, the employee would accept employment with the city as its interim city manager and perform all functions, duties, and services set forth in the Beaumont Municipal Code. and that's Section 2.12.060, which provides for the city manager's duties and responsibilities. The effective date would be the date that it was executed by all the parties. The agreement would be a month-to-month agreement, subject to the terms and conditions that are set forth in the agreement. The agreement is an at-will agreement. And Section 1.2 provides employees' employment status with the city shall be at will, and the employee shall serve at the pleasure of the city council. Section 1.2b provides that employees shall not be entitled to any pre-termination hearing or other similar proceeding or appeal proceeding as a precondition of any decision or action by the city to terminate employees' employment, whether for cause or for convenience and without cause. Item C, nothing in this agreement shall confer upon employee any right to any property interest in continued employment with the city. Section 1.5 provides that the city shall reimburse employee for any reasonable and necessary travel, subsistence, and other related business expenses incurred by employee in performance of employee's duty. All reimbursements shall be subject to and in accordance with any limitations or restrictions set forth under the laws of the state of California or any city-adopted reimbursement policies. And then in lieu of expense reimbursement for mileage, employee shall receive a vehicle allowance of $350 a month. Employee shall be responsible for payment of any and all taxes applicable to the vehicle allowance and shall be solely responsible for maintaining necessary records as may be required by federal and or state taxing authorities. Section 2 addresses the salary. Under Section 2.1, the employee's gross annual salary shall be $190,000 to be paid monthly or bi-weekly installments at the same time and in the same manner as other management employees of the city. The benefits would be are set forth. Actually, I will not read them in detail unless you want me to read them verbatim, but they're set forth in Section 2.2 of the agreement. But just briefly, I'll touch on some of them. The city would contribute $1,390 per month to employee for the cafeteria benefit plan detailed in that section. And that would be for health care benefits. Under Section 6.1a provides that the city may terminate the employee at any time for convenience and without cause by a vote of at least 3 council members at a regular meeting. Employee shall not receive any severance upon termination or conclusion of his employment with the city. Section 6.2, employee may terminate employee's employment for any reason and at any time with or without cause by providing the city with no less than 30 days prior written notice. And then Section 6.3, again, the contract is an at-will contract, but it contains a provision that deals with termination for cause, and it provides at the end of that Section 6.3 that you can immediately terminate the employee for cause, and then it defines what cause is, which would be breach of the agreement, breach or non-performance of duties, and provides a list of what constitutes for cause. And then at the end of the paragraph says, if city terminates for good cause this agreement and the services of employee hereunder, employee shall not be entitled to any severance and shall not be entitled to assume any further position or employment with the city. And then lastly, at Section 8.15, the contract provides that employee hereby waives any cause of action against city and its employees or agents for any termination pursuant to the terms of this agreement. After notice of resignation or termination, employees shall cooperate with the city as requested by the city to effect a transition of employees' responsibilities and duties and to ensure that the city is aware of all matters being handled by the employee. So that is not the entire, I haven't read the contract verbatim, but I just wanted to point out some of the provisions that I thought would be appropriate to go over in open session. And you've already discussed this matter. You've discussed the potential appointment and employment of this individual in closed session. So now it's your opportunity to take a vote on whether to appoint and employ this individual.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we appoint our interim city manager manager as described in the contract.
I'll second that motion.
So you have a motion by Councilmember Condon and a second by Councilmember Roscoe to approve the interim city manager appointment. You have a roll call vote. Councilmember Roscoe,
Aye.
Councilmember Knight,
No.
Councilmember Condon,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Based on some of the information provided, I do have a concern in regards to the fit. However, I will support my fellow council members and vote yes.
4-1.
Okay, so that concludes that item, Your Honor, at this point. And now you go into the regular meeting.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and start the regular session at 6:37. Let me go ahead and introduce our new interim city manager, Mr. Richard Warren.
Members of the City Council and members of the public, I'm thrilled for the opportunity to come to the great city of Beaumont and to work with you during this period of transition. And I look forward to being part of the community, to getting to know each one of you. I invite you to come by the office or to call. I look forward to participating in the various activities of the community. My goal is to achieve the goals of the City Council. I will work very hard to complete the projects that the City Council has initiated, and I will also strive each day so that we have efficient government, effective government, and transparent government. And I make that commitment to the public, and I make that commitment to the City Council. I'm excited to be here. I am an interim. I've been an interim in 3 other cities, so Beaumont is my 4th interim assignment, and I like being an interim, and I look forward to serving you for whatever period of time that the City Council wishes me to serve and you wish me to serve. So, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to serve.
Thank you very much for your comments. May I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Roscoe,
Here.
Councilmember Knight,
Here.
Councilmember Condon,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Here.
Mayor Lara.
Here. No absences, so please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have an invocation this evening by Pastor Mark Brown of Venture Church.
Well, good evening. Just before we pray, I just want to say hi. This is my first time being here in this role. I'm relatively new to ministry in Beaumont, and my associate Rob Peterson was sworn in as a chaplain this morning with the Beaumont Police Department, and we just enjoy a good relationship with the city and just look forward to that continuing. So, that said, let's pray. Father God, in Jesus' name we gather together tonight. And Father, we know from the Scriptures that you have a long history of supporting leaders. Father, when Solomon was king, he prayed for wisdom, and it was granted to him. When Joshua replaced Moses, you gave him courage to enter into the Promised Land. When Nehemiah was, as governor, building the wall around Jerusalem, you gave him the endurance to finish the task. And when Israel was in great need, you raised up King David, a man after your own heart, to lead with a passion for you and a desire for godliness. Father, at a critical time in history, a young Jewish girl named Esther realized that she had been placed in leadership for such a time as this. So, Father, we recognize that we come this evening at such a time as this, and we ask that you do what you have done throughout history. We pray for our leaders, that you give them the wisdom to know the right thing to do, that you give them the courage to do the next right thing. Father, we ask that you give them to endurance to finish the task. And Father, that we would all lead with a passion for you and a dependence upon you. Father, we know that all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge are found in Jesus Christ, and so we submit to you. Father God, we love you. We love our city. We ask for your healing, your grace, and your peace. Would you guide our leaders? We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Brown. Ms. Nicole, I've got 2 adjustments to the agenda. We're going to be pulling agenda item E, Plan of Services for Annexation of the Sunny Cal Specific Plan. We'll also be pulling item F, the roof repair for the transit building D, public emergency, being based on a public emergency. Those 2 items will be pulled from the agenda this evening. Annexation.
Was that a public hearing? Mr. Pinckney, do we need to offer the option to speak on those items we pulled? I don't believe either one was a public hearing.
They are not. Neither one of those appear to be public hearings, so they've been pulled, and you would address them at a future council agenda if they are put back on the agenda.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any conflicts of interest disclosure? Seeing none. I do have an announcement. Based on the events of today, this Beaumont City Council remains unanimous on 2 important goals for us as a governing body and as a city: transparency and accountability. This relatively new council has been working very hard, ferreting out exactly what has been going on in our city organization, sometimes reviewing records as old as 20 years old. We've been cooperating with all outside agencies who have begun investigations and audits. Their goals of accountability are similar to ours. We have brought new management into the city. We have brought in experts to evaluate our controls over public resources, how we manage our finances, and how we account for those same resources. As a result of their work, we have enhanced internal controls, we have improved our fiscal accountability, and we have enhanced controls over spending and working to reduce the use of contractors. We have replaced long-term contracts that vendors had with the city. All of these activities, along with adopting new fiscal management policies, will greatly reduce the chance of this happening in the future. All of these activities have been posted on the city's website for everyone to see. This council has worked cooperatively with the district attorney's office, and to the extent it is determined that any past officials breach their duties as stewards of the public trust, they will be held to answer for their conduct. We fully support the DA's efforts to bring these issues into the open and hold any culpable parties accountable for their actions. Yet, the work does not stop. As mentioned earlier, we are reviewing the use of bond proceeds and other capital resources to see where this money was spent and what we got for it. The results of this effort will be shared publicly and with interested outside agencies. We will soon be reviewing what we call the workout plan to repair the city's finances in the wake of many years of fiscal mismanagement. I think Beaumont City Council has responded admirably to this inherited challenge. I'm also confident this council will rise to the occasion when facing more choices, more hard choices, and will do our absolute best to steer the city in the right direction on a going forward basis. Finally, and most importantly, I would ask that everyone recognize that we have 126 dedicated public servants that serve admirably and with dedication to our Beaumont residents. They will still greet you at City Hall and try to provide you with great service. They're still responding to 911 calls when you need help. Please do not let these latest events reflect poorly on them. They are as disappointed, if not more so, regarding what has transpired recently. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to the public comment period. Any one person may address City Council on any matter not on this agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the City Clerk. There is a 3-minute limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the Council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Mayor, we do. I do want to mention, though, it shows introduction of new employees. Did you want to do that before public comment?
Yes, if we would, please. I would like to do that.
Okay. Who's writing that? Oh, the chief will be writing.
Evening, Mayor, Council. We're pleased to introduce to you 3 new employees that the city has hired to fill the ranks of the police department. And so no particular order, Officer Jake Clark is coming to us with experience from the Ontario Police Department. He is a county resident. He has a bachelor's degree from the University of Delaware, same as Joe Flacco and Rich Gannon, right? Throw that out there for any sports buffs. Officer Chris Hess has 5 years experience coming from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. He's a local resident, married the family here in town. And then Justine Wickman is one of our public safety dispatchers with 6 years experience in prior departments. She also has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Cal State San Bernardino. So as you can see, in light of everything going on, we're still attracting the highest quality applicants, and that's what we've committed to having serve in this community. Any questions of our new employees?
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, our first speaker for the evening, Milton Cook.
I'll go ahead and open public comment at 6:49.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the Honorable Counsel, my name is Milton Cook. I live at 1138 East 12th Street, and we've lived there a long time. My purpose for being here this evening is to represent the Friends of the Beaumont District Library. And I believe it was on March 15th that an action came before this council asking the council to appoint some charity within this community to receive a donation from the California Municipal Funding Authority, and that amount was $5,991.43. You chose that evening to approve giving that amount to the Friends of the Library. And so yesterday we received the check issued to us through the California Foundation for Stronger Communities. The Friends of the Library certainly appreciate your support not just for the Friends, because the Friends are only the fundraising and charitable part of the library that serves here in Beaumont, Cherry Valley. We want to thank you. We want to thank the staff that went to the trouble to go through, I understand, several hundreds or thousands of pages of lists of charities that might be qualified to receive this, and we are thankful they found our name on that list. We are, an IRS-approved charity here in Beaumont. We want to thank the council for being supportive, we believe, of the Friends and of the library as a whole. The Friends of the Library have been active here in Beaumont as part of the effort of the library since 1981. My wife and I have been part of it since 86. And I have served as president for most of the last 22 years. We believe that it is important to have
I need you to wrap up, please.
a good library, and we just want to show our appreciation for your support that you showed us in letting this donation come through to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Nancy Gall.
Good evening. My concern when I looked at the agenda tonight, I didn't look at it tonight, I did look at it before then, is the same concern that I've had for 5 years or so, and that's the CFDs. I think the way that our CFDs are administered are ridiculous. To have a developer come up here and do the vote on something that is going to definitely affect the pocketbook of every citizen in the new developments is ridiculous. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. The contract that we have with these developers should be torn up. It is a piece of trash. No sane person who was advocating for the citizens would have ever agreed to such a document. And now we have, and I was here last time and I heard the developer whine about this and talk about their rights, but the citizens also of this community also have rights. And we need to do something about these bonds. We have the SEC here looking at our records, for God's sakes. We can't go along with issuing any more bonds until we get this mess cleaned up and we get a good system and a good contract. And I know the council asked the city last time to look into the contract and see if they can't renegotiate a new contract, and they need to do this before any more are approved, because this mess is never, if you just keep perpetuating it, it's not ever going to be solved. It's got to be solved, and the rights of the citizens should be the first right, and the right not to have outrageous taxes, which some of these CFDs have produced. And outrageous taxes for nothing, because they didn't get what they were supposed to get. The money was stolen, and that's why so many people are going to jail today. So that is what I would ask, is if there is any way that we can keep from issuing any CFDs until we get new contracts and we get a program that is balanced, that and that takes into consideration the rights of the citizens of this community.
Next speaker, Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. The men that were arrested today stole over $400 million of taxpayer money. And it was all approved by council in open meetings. And I don't think anyone on the council will deny it. They think if they approve criminal activity, then it's okay. Copernicus used to say, as directed by council. You know that, don't you, Brenda Knight? Like it was a joke. The current council approved 3 illegal bonds after the FBI raids last year and have another $16 million bond on the agenda tonight for Argent management. Isn't it time for council just to stop? Stop the insanity. This is an insanity to keep on going down the same road. But you don't know any better, because that's the way it's been done for 20 years. I'm going to ask also that you move 8I on the consent calendar to the beginning of the meeting, and that would be the notice of violation by the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board. Move this to the first item on the agenda because it should predicate all the other items on the agenda. Over 2 years ago, the City of Beaumont exceeded sewer capacity because the laws and regulations don't apply to Beaumont, it seems. Staff and council ignored the sewer capacity and has continued to approve construction in the city. It's time to stop. You don't have the infrastructure. You don't have a sewer. You don't have Title 22 water. You don't have fire stations. This is an insanity. Now, the city's response to the Water Control Board is that they won't stop violating capacity laws. And they have an expansion in place before the sewer plant is at 100% capacity. The city wrote in their response, the city does not feel that there is any potential to violate discharge prohibitions specified in Section 3 of the order. The city's feelings are incorrect. Council refuses to hire honest staff and address the seriousness of the sewer plant's condition and the reckless endangerment to the citizens. You know, most of that money, if you look at the requisitions on my website, beaumontgate.org, you will see most of the money was stolen by Urban Logic and out of the sewer fund.
Can we please keep order, please?
Next speaker, David Castaldo.
Oh, my God. I can't believe he's showing his face.
Can we please be cordial?
Thank you, Council. Several meetings ago, Chief Talese had asked for the community support in supporting the purchase of a police canine. On that note, I would like to congratulate Councilmember Condon on her contribution to that. That's a true person that puts their money where their mouth is. I plan on having a fundraiser this Saturday at my shop. I call it Propane for Pooches. Anyone in the city of Beaumont or wherever Facebook reaches can come to my shop and have their propane tank filled for $10, and hopefully there will be a volunteer from the Explorers unit collecting that money, and all the money will go towards the purchase and maintenance of the police canine. And once again, that's welcome to all members of the community. I invite the council to come by. The last time I did this, I had over 60 people come by for our fundraiser. It's, like I said, it's open to everyone, including people in the optometry profession. And I hope to see everybody there and hope it's a good turnout. With that, I had discussed with Mayor Lara about a dedication and maybe a memorial for Anthony Martinez several weeks ago, or several months ago. 6 years ago, I created a Facebook page, the Anthony Martinez Memorial Committee. I haven't done anything on that Facebook page in over 6 years. It still has 1,204 likes and continues to get several likes every day or every week. I would like the Memorial Committee to move forward and allow the public, as they are doing for the Police K-9, to raise money to put a memorial in front of the Civic Center for Anthony Martinez. His legacy and what he has meant to our community and what he stands for is slowly deteriorating. And Mayor Lara, you were here at that time. I was here at that time. Several other people in this room were here at that time. But many don't know the true story of that and what it has meant. And it's part of this city's history. So, Councilmember Roscoe, I know you're a member of that committee. I hope you bring it up and invite me to it, and I can discuss what I would like to see happen. And I appreciate it, and thank you for serving our community.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Next speaker, Ron Roy.
Good evening, Council. Like most people here tonight, we're all kind of in shock about, what's happening. We're not surprised about what's going to happen with the news that will be coming out tonight. You're trying to reach, transparency and accountability. You're looking at a history of where you haven't seen that. So I know you're going through a lot. It's not easy because the public's relentlessly critical, many of us, and I think we feel that we need to do that in order to participate in this democracy. So, good luck. But I do have some more ordinary kind of, items here, so I want to talk about it. First of all, I like to, I was concerned when you talked about the Standing Financial Committee that my feeling was it's a place where all good ideas go to die, anytime you have a committee. However, the fact that there are city council on the committee, I appreciate that, because then again, we're going to get firsthand communication. My request is that you increase the frequency of the meeting to bi-weekly. I think that, at least for the next few months, I think that would help a lot. I know some of the neighbors that I've talked to might appreciate that. Okay, if I can move on to the next item, number 2, which is that another discussion is it's not my idea, it's a neighbor in my neighborhood came up with this idea of considering public banking in Beaumont. And I really think that if you take a look, there's sort of a movement afoot here. In fact, the California State Legislature brought a bill to the governor's desk in 2011. It was one signature away from becoming a law. My understanding is that in California, the state treasurer is responsible and might need some kind of state legislation. I would like to ask if Ms. Carroll, the treasurer, would take the point on this. I think this is something that we would like, if you could continue as your role as treasurer, to look into the evolution of that type of an idea. Okay, and just to show you the importance, there's a state office holder who's running on this platform for the state treasurer's office. Okay, my last one is we're a little concerned about not getting enough public input on the design of Nicholas Park, and I feel like we should have a multi-use track around the perimeter. I'd prefer it if the Parks Department would hold another meeting so we can see what the layout's going to be. And again, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Next speaker, Nancy Hall.
Hi. Greed started in this city when consultants became staff and consultants and were paid a percentage on what they brought to Beaumont. That's when all this greed started. They served both sides of the fence. And past council never listened to us. When we told them they were in direct violation of conflict of interest, it went nowhere. In fact, they condoned them. They were wonderful people. In light of today's event, finally, after 13 years of Judy and I and Mary Daniels and Libby, justice is starting. It's not over, though. Just like Watergate, when that happened in the Nixon era, it was just the beginning. And as it started, the onion started to peel, more people came to light for all the misjustices that were happening. Today, I had several phone calls from contractors who had not gotten bids because of the bid rigging. There were so many things that were going on in this city. It was amazing that council was not aware of it and trusted staff so much that no questions were ever asked. What happened to concerns of water? Water's a really big issue, but yet we're talking about approving more homes. When Alan Kapanicus and his staff were here, they let the developers tell them what to do. Our city did not live by residents. No, the residents, we were ridiculed when we came up here to talk about our concerns. It was all about keeping the developers happy. But that's not your job. Your job is for the citizens. Your job is to oversee the city, and where development can be improved, to do so. But it has to be responsibly. You need to have your fire stations. You need to have your emergency services. There's nothing on the other side of the freeway. Don't make the people over there pay. You guys need to be thinking about, while you're fixing problems, don't get yourself in another problem. Fix what you have first before you move on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
No further speakers, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment at 7:08.
I submitted a request.
We approved. Mayor.
Go ahead and come on up, ma'am.
Kathy Talkington.
Oh, I have that for 3. That's okay.
Okay. Are we ready? Okay. My name is Kathy Talkington. I am a resident of Cherry Valley, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the Sunny Cal annexation. And this is detrimental to the rural lifestyle that we enjoy in Cherry Valley. My concerns are, first of all, that in just checking a quick check of homes.com website today, I saw that there are almost 800 homes available for sale already in Beaumont, with more homes being built in the North Sundance project, and over 200 of those homes are actually in foreclosure. And then my additional concern is in reading the plan of service for the Sunny Cal annexation, I see the concern that's already been brought up by Judy Bingham, that the sewer treatment facility is already at 75% capacity. This was indicated in the plan of service as current use is 300 million gallons per day with a capacity of 4 million gallons per day. This does not include the estimation of the capacity that will be needed for the North Sundance development that remains to be sold. And the other concern is that the availability of water. The plan indicates that the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District will be responsible for installing the network, but there is no indication in the plan of the availability of water. And we have been asked as citizens to restrict our water to the point that We are in danger of losing valuable landscaping and fruit trees, and we have not met our state water conservation mandate, and yet we're looking at approving the limited water resource for use of homes that haven't been built and appear to not be needed if we have 800 homes on the market and more being built. So these are my concerns, and I would urge you to reconsider your plan of service for the Sunny Cal annexation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor, may I ask if Sharon Hamilton would like to speak instead of the 3E that was pulled?
No.
No? Okay. Then that concludes speakers.
I think there was one more lady.
Oh, there is another one? Okay.
Hello, my name is Ana Cervantes. I live in Fairway Canyon on Burroughs Boulevard. And I understand that a lot of what happened in our city wasn't while you guys were board members, but I just wanted to make a quick statement. Homeowners in Fairway Canyon have paid millions of dollars in CFD taxes. We pay, from what I've heard, the highest in the city. Today's news of our tax dollars being stolen from us is heartbreaking. A few years ago, I almost lost my house because of the high CFDs we paid. My lender did not know they were supposed to collect money to put in my impound account to pay those CFDs. That was really tough. So my question to you today is, what are you going to do to restore the spirit of the people in Fairway Canyon? Obviously, the city functioned well without all of the tax dollars collected under the CFDs. Why are we still paying a high CFD tax? Can this bond be dissolved and restructured to restore our faith in the city? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
That's all, Mayor.
Are there any other speakers that turned in a slip that may not have been called? Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and close public comment at 7:13. This brings us to council reports, item number 2 on the agenda. Councilmember Condon?
Thank you. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you in the audience for your comments. There were some very interesting things you had to say. Also, I would like to welcome Mr. Warren and tell you how impressed I was with your background and the experiences that you've had. Also your service to your country. So we are very, very pleased to have you in Beaumont.
Thank you very much.
The next item I want to share with you is I went to the Pass Water Agency meeting was several weeks ago, and they had an expert there who was from Northern California. And this individual knew more about water than anybody I've ever heard talk about it. And he was going through how water is allocated. And I found as a council member, it was very edifying for me to hear this information and learn this information. Really interesting. Some of the local water agencies had given the Pass a plan as to how they wanted it allocated, I understand. And the water expert was asked what he thought of it, and he said, well, I'll get back to you on that, which I thought was very diplomatic. But it was a good discussion. It was a good sharing of thoughts and ideas about water in our area. Also, I had the privilege, and I won't talk about it too much because our mayor might want to respond or talk about it, but I had the opportunity to go to the Miss Beaumont pageant. And I was very pleased to see the emphasis at that pageant was on being prepared for a career. And these young women were asked important questions about their future and about their values, and they appeared in business attire. And I just thought it was a wonderful message to send young women as to how important it is to prepare themselves for the world. So I thank our Community Services Director for providing that opportunity. And it was an enjoyable evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Knight?
Good evening, everyone. Just short few short things tonight. It's nice to have so many people here engaged in city government. First thing I did, I was at Loma Linda VA Hospital. I am there off and on for some other issues, but they promote a culture of safety, and it was National Nurses Week, and I got the privilege of being there for the nursing award ceremony for our nurses that care for our veterans, and it was really touching, very nice. Our veterans deserve the best care that we can give them. The VA is really a challenge for any of our veterans, especially as they get older, and we need to support them, but upholding national nurses, good thing. I was also speaking of veterans, at Noble Creek Park. There's a memorial there, and it was in honor of Mr. Fox, Jeff Fox, council member that was on our council for about 15 years. They unveiled a plaque. There's a memorial wall there with all the baseball diamonds in the quad area, and his family was there, and they had a very nice service. So that's all for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to report, and I'm trying to do it in chronological order here. The first thing I want to report is about the Economic Development Committee, where I sit on the committee along with Dr. Condit, and it was our inaugural meeting that we had here in Beaumont. Having witnessed many economic development committees as a board member, as for chambers, I've had the opportunity to sit and kind of observe and be a part and partake, and I can say truly that this group that we are involved with here has huge potential on moving our city forward. We were able to, on our first meeting, we were able to kind of get a calibration in terms of making sure everybody understands the task moving forward, what kind of visions that everybody has, kind of getting to know everybody before we make any, quick decisions on direction. I think it's important for us to get to know each other, and that was kind of the whole activity. Kind of brought my teacher hat mentality, kind of getting everybody to be introduced and going through some activities. I thought it was wonderful. Going forward, I'm again, having that opportunity to talk and discuss with everybody and share ideas, I feel really confident that with the group that we have, we're going to come up with some great ideas on not just challenging the council, challenging the community as well. I'm talking about business owners and people here, because we're going to have to do it together. And that was kind of what I got from the committee. I also had the honor and privilege of representing our city at the SCAG conference, which is the Southern California of Associated Governments. There's a big picture, and that big picture was how can we as a whole region put ourselves on the map as Southern California. Right now, water, infrastructure, we don't have that representation. And we also had the privilege of seeing our assemblyman, representatives there as well, speaking. He's the current minority leader on the assembly floor, and he was able to speak on how he's reaching across and the ability of putting ourselves on the map as cities. And we have to do that by, going out in the community and discussing what our needs are. Infrastructure, water, and the biggest need that he talked about, which I think most of us agree in there, is affordable housing. And how do we go about with affordable housing? How do we make it, how do we all become in the community, regionally as well, be a part of developing those new communities, because when we looked at what was mentioned and came up was the fact that we are one of the largest growing cities in the state of California, along with another city in Riverside. And we looked at the reasons on why we did that, too, as well. I all too want to appreciate the comments that were said here. I give the ability for members of the community to have easy access to me through either social media, email, telephone. My information is very accessible, and so I appreciate those communications because I feel it's important for me to represent you as best to my ability. And sometimes I put stuff out there that kind of encourages people to put comments on my social media, and I welcome that. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean I will personally respond with my personal opinion, but again, it's an ability for me to reach out to you and for me to hear what you have to say. I also want to, before I welcome our new interim city manager, I would like to thank Elizabeth Gibbs for her time in that position. Being new on the council in 2014 and knowing the direction that we were going in from the council's perspective, it was necessary for us to move forward at the time with the best candidate, and at that time was Elizabeth Gibbs, and I want to thank her for that. But there's also a time for us to grow forward and move forward, which when I ran, I promised that the number one thing that we're going to do is making sure that we have the right people in place, and even if it means for us to having to go out and look for those individuals, which we are currently doing now, looking for a permanent city manager for the future, and there's a process that we're continually going through. I want to finish up by welcoming Richard Warren to the city of Beaumont. We have a team of council members that were a part of that search, and we did that diligently in making sure that we put in place the right person for this time. And I feel that we have done that, and we've done extensive background checks and discussions and interviews where I believe that my colleagues up here did a fantastic job in doing so. So thank you very much for accepting this challenge, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem White?
A lot has happened since the last council meeting that we were here, and I want to let everyone know that today was we were as surprised as the rest of you. And our action tonight to bring in Mr. Warren as our interim city manager had nothing to do with the activities of what happened today. I want to start by expressing my thanks and respect for the courage and willingness that Elizabeth had when she stepped into the challenge that faced us last year. We really had no one else to turn to, and she was there for us at that time. I know that over the last year she has, more than anyone else, cooperated and worked with the district attorney, the state controller's office, the SEC, no, not with the SEC, but with those other agencies to act for us in providing them as much support and cooperation as we could. She's always held the community and most importantly the staff as her primary focus. And I know she one day will make a strong city manager, especially based on the experience that she's had here over the last year. I wish her well in her academic studies. I know she is preparing her resume and her I believe she's going back to get her master's degree so that she can move forward in city management. And I also know that she will perform to the level that we've come to expect from her in her role as transit director over the next year. And I do want to support Mr. Warren. One thing that I really, I think your strength that Beaumont needs here is your experience of being in the frying pan. And I think you're jumping into a really hot one here. So I appreciate your willingness to take that on. Next, I'd like to address an article that was written in the Press Enterprise. I believe it came out yesterday. I saw it online on Sunday. And it was a very strong article that I think really captured what we have gone through and what we've tried to do over the last year. However, I believe it was lacking in one area. We have acted as a cohesive unit, as an entire council over this period of time, and we have pretty much agreed on most of the major issues. We have our differences on what we see as a vision and a future for Beaumont, but I believe that it unfairly left out Mayor Lara and Councilmember Knight, because they've had as much a role as the rest of us have over the last year. And other than that, I think it's a great article, and I just wish that it had recognized that we're acting as a council and not as different minorities and majorities. Finally, no, not finally, I'm sorry, two more things. Mr. Roy, I believe, addressed the Finance Committee. We have we moved our frequencies back to once a month, because we didn't have a whole lot to work on. I think with what's happened in the last council meeting and the other issues and concerns that are coming up, that it's likely we'll go back to 2. We actually held a special, not a special, but we held a bi-weekly meeting yesterday, and we'll move forward. Mr. Ewing stepped up, but I wanted to thank Mr. Ewing for sending an email to, I believe it went to the whole council as well as staff, suggesting that we video record the Finance Committee meetings and the Economic Development Committee meetings. This is something that Treasurer Carroll and I and others on the Finance Committee pressed for in our very first meeting. We thought it was important that we make it as easily available to everyone, not just people who can show up at Tuesday or Monday or whatever time we hold it. At that time, we were in the middle of some serious budget issues, and the recommendation was staff was that it would increase the staffing cost to be here and to record the meetings. And I would like to ask Mr. Warren, as one of your first moves, to evaluate that. I think there may still be some in our contingency fund for this budget, but I think that especially since the Finance Committee is going to be taking on the issues of CFDs and moving forward with some of our requests on those, that I think it would be very important to promote that through a video recording. I will offer my services again to operate the machine. I can't imagine it would be too hard to teach me. I would deal with those things all day long. And finally, I attended the Cherries Jubilee event. It's something I've been hearing about for years, but this was the first time I attended, and if you haven't been there, you got to go. There were some great prizes, raffle prizes. It was one of those auctions where you put in a ticket, and if your ticket gets pulled, you get the items. My wife jumped at the fact that our orthodontist for my daughter had a $500 gift certificate, which my son's going to need, but we didn't win. So anyways, I think they raised over $4,000 for scholarships for Beaumont students, and I think it's something that we should try and support the Rotary Club on next year, and everyone try and attend. It's a great event. And that's all I had to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did want to comment on the Miss Beaumont Queen pageant. It was well attended. Miss Aline Rodriguez did a fantastic job with the young ladies. It's impressive to hear their GPAs, which was important. I think they had one young lady there that had a 5.0. That was extremely impressive. And I am happy to report that my great niece actually won a second runner-up, and I wasn't even a judge, so that was good. I'd also like to thank the Beaumont Cherry Valley Parks and Recreation District. They met last Tuesday and offered to help with $8,500 towards our 4th of July fireworks show, which greatly appreciate. They also offered their services of their staff to work with City of Beaumont staff. So this is turning out to be a really great city function. So I wanted to thank them for their efforts there. I too would like to thank Ms. Gibbs for stepping up during a very difficult time in our city's history. She took the job that was offered with no additional pay. She had the opportunity to work extra long hours. I don't know if some of you know, but we'd had some meetings that have gone to 3:30 in the morning, and she's there. She works 7 days a week. She's very dedicated not only to staff, but to the city. In my opinion, she was an excellent example of a public servant and a great leader. She was very supportive of council, and I really appreciate her time, her effort, and her sense of humor, which was helpful during this very difficult time. And I will definitely miss her in that role. And with that, we'll move to action items. We'll start with A, agreement by and between the city and Wolverine Distribution, Inc.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Let's PowerPoint up here. So before you tonight is the resolution for sales tax participation agreement between the City of Beaumont and Wolverine Distribution. The agreement, I'll just preface by saying that the agreement has been approved to as it's formed by both sides, so our legal and their legal have reviewed the agreement and are happy with it. One caveat is that their accounting firm, Ernst & Young, is currently reviewing the agreement, and we're waiting for their review to be completed. So Wolverine Distribution, or Wolverine Company, is known for their work boots. I think if you know someone that works in construction or things like that, they probably own 1 or 2 pairs of these types of work boots. When they approached the city and said, hey, we're thinking of opening a distribution facility in the city, we already knew who the company was. Now, in the agreement, it discusses Wolverine Worldwide, and come to find out, Wolverine Worldwide has 12 different brands that many people also know. We're talking about name brands, including Harley-Davidson footwear, Caterpillar footwear, Sebago, Chaco, Merle, and I apologize if I butcher some of these brand names, but I don't go to all of them or have all of them. And you can kind of see them. Stride Right for babies, Sperry Keds, Hush Puppies, those types of things. So they have all of these different brands under the envelope of Wolverine Worldwide. That's their corporate structure. So Wolverine met with city staff to discuss potential of opening a West Coast facility on about 40-acre site within a previously approved specific plan. So it's an approved specific plan, has environmental, all done. All they need to do is go vertical. So the first phase of the building would be 720,000 square feet. So here's the project site. Here's a better one. So here's the 60 freeway. Here's the 10 freeway. 4th Street, so where the Lowe's distribution is and where Icon is, it would be located here. Now, it's not the entirety of that whole site. Here's a rendering of what the type of building would look like from the 60 freeway. Of course, they have their own marketing messages and things like that, their own color palette that we've reviewed at staff. But this is where the building would land. So the first phase, the 720,000 square foot building, is proposed to go here, and phase 2 is 580,000 square feet to be attached right on to the side of phase 1 for a future expansion. So the first phase I think has 117, and that's including seasonal part-time jobs. I can get to that later. But the proposed distribution facility would serve the entire United States and also uniquely would ship e-commerce orders, so internet orders on their brands, to residents of the state of California. So unlike most large high-cube facilities that you see, which is called a warehouse or distribution facility, this one actually has a great potential to generate meaningful sales tax revenue for the city of Beaumont out of a large building. You don't see that too often, so when staff gets to work with the client and the developer on this, we get pretty excited about the potential and the upside of this type of client calling Beaumont its home. So I went through and did a lot of work on economic benefits that are in addition to just the normal things that you hear on the street or the things that you might read in a newspaper for prior projects within the region. So one of the things I wanted to do is provide a revenue versus expense ratio. And the revenue is on the top. We took into account property taxes based on the assessed valuation of what we think Phase 1 is going to cost. Sewer service, so what revenue we would be charging the facility based on their sewer needs, and an estimated revenue annually of $50,000 in sales tax. So that would total $113,000 some odd change. Then we went through and met with a couple of the key departments that would provide service to the project site or to the business. Met with police and fire. The police chief shared that their annual expenses for, it's just one building in the city would probably be around $13,000 year to year. Sewer treatment is what it costs us on the back end to treat everything that they discharge into the sanitary sewer system, and then threw an $8,000 in there with street maintenance that appropriately addresses the city cost or expenses of providing maintenance to the streets within the vicinity of the project. So that totals about $36,000. Now the ratio down here is 3.12, and everyone's thinking, okay, well that's not a lot of money. But what that represents is for every $1 that we spend on providing service to the business, we would receive $3.12, so $3.12 for every dollar we spend on the business, and that's just straight revenue versus expense. So before I jump into the next slide, I want to give you some definitions of some of these jobs that we're going to be talking about. Direct job is a job created by the business enterprise, so an actual employee, full or part-time, seasonal, of the business. So this would be of Wolverine Distribution in that facility. An indirect job is a job created outside that business. So a job that's created because Wolverine opens their facility in Beaumont, but they're not working for Wolverine. So that would be an example of a supplier, material providers, or services for that business. And then an induced job is a job created due to the economic impact made by the commercial enterprise. So an example is a job in the service and retail sector to accommodate new population with spending power. So because new employees are here, because these indirect jobs are created, you're going to have people that are now making a paycheck that didn't make one before. And hopefully we see them spending their money at our retailers like a Kohl's or a Best Buy, or they may need to go buy supplies at the Home Depot, and Home Depot may need to employ additional people. So that's what you would see by an induced job. And this may not just be in the city of Beaumont, this could be region-wide. So it could be Riverside County, it could be the Pass area, it could be the entire Inland Empire. This one we put through an economic metric model. These are the numbers that came out. So we were provided the estimated jobs from Wolverine, which is the top 117 and 187 for Phase 2, totaling 304 total. So the economic metric model pops out numbers for indirect and induced jobs, and a lot of jurisdictions use these things. I was fortunate enough to have someone at a partnering agency be able to run the model for us, because they're fairly expensive to purchase that type of thing just for the city for one project. So luckily enough, we have some friends out there that were willing to provide us with this data. So you could just see the total number of indirect jobs around 38 for Phase 1. Maybe we'll just focus on Phase 1 tonight, and 36 induced jobs. So you can see that it's definitely a benefit versus the land out there that's sitting vacant today. I won't go into this too much, but it talks about job income. So not just jobs, but how much income can those jobs provide to the area, and direct output. So income, and these numbers will be put up on the web after, includes personal income, earning wages, total wage, salary payments, as well as benefits including health insurance, life insurance, all those types of benefits you receive by having a job. Outputs referred to as sales or economic activity. So as you can expect, if you see 4 million in, sorry, these are all expressed in millions. If you see 4 million in direct job income, you can expect to see higher than that, so about more than 2, almost 3 times the multiplier in terms of how much money gets spread throughout the economy, and that's what you can see in terms of the output numbers as relayed here. So the model basically generates what income totals you would see from all those job numbers for the first year. And then hopefully the model's true and you would see around 18 million in the entire region from this one business alone. Development impact fee, so a benefit is that the business comes in and pays to mitigate their impacts on the city. So you have capital facilities, that includes our road and bridge fee totaling around $900,000. They pay their fair share to the school district, so that's around $388,000. They'll pay their sewer capacity and sewer hookup fees, totaling about $157,000. They'll definitely pay their water fees to the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District for their meters and water service, and other, which are multi-species habitat and other types of impact fees that developers planning on paying. So a total of $2 million just for phase 1. Now when they build on to phase 2, we'll be recalculating the new impact fees for the addition at that $580,000. So when we get to the actual agreement itself, the agreement is structured in such a way that it has really two main benefits. And the first benefit, because it's the easiest to explain, is the waivers on inspection fees from planning, building, and fire, the fee waiver from planning department activities, a 50% discount on plan checking for public works and building, including MHE, and MHE is spelled out up here, which is material handling equipment. Believe it or not, the building, and don't quote me if I'm wrong, but the building is about $20 million in terms of the valuation to build the building. I think the land's about 11. The equipment proposed to go in the building actually costs more than the building. So $27 million worth of material handling equipment, and that's to get their footwear in, out, and in either into a store or in someone's box in front of their door if they order it as fast as possible. So the agreement term, the term of the agreement, 25 years from the approval date of the agreement, or the date the business would close, or the date in which the city has fully paid the business up to, but not to exceed 1.74% of Wolverine's initial investment in the community. And I'm going to go into how that's calculated. So I broke down the three parts, the equipment, the land, and the building. Let's just estimate that value to be $57 million for their initial investment. 1.74% of that is $991,800. So if they never build phase 2 and the agreement was approved, then the maximum amount of sales tax that could be shared with them caps at $991,800. The second that occurs, then the agreement term has expired because they've reached their maximum assistance amount. We did a hypothetical example for phase 2, which is an additional $47 million. So you would simply add the additional investment of phase 2 of $817,800 onto the first number, and that comes out with a hypothetical maximum total assistance for both phases to be around $1,809,600. So I just talked about sales tax, what the maximum agreement is. Now the nitty-gritty on how it's split between the city and Wolverine if this thing was to be approved. So we met with the representatives from Wolverine, their consultants, their legal staff, and we said, okay, for the first $10 million worth of sales, and the city gets 1% of their taxable sales that's reported into the city, that's $100,000. So for the first 10 million, or the first $100,000 the city actually receives, we're going to get 100% of that in order to pay for city staff, to pay for services that we need to have, to provide excellent customer service at the counter, to put money in the general fund, to take care of Beaumont first before we start splitting the sales tax revenue to another company. So then after that, between $100,000 and $200,000, which represents 10 to 20 million, we're going to split it half and half, 50-50. From 200 to 300, which is representing 20 to 30 million, the city percent would be 40%, and the business percent would be 60%. and anything above 300,000 or anything above 30 million in taxable sales reported to the city would be 30% for the city and 70% for the business. And what this does is it allows us to recoup our money needed to provide services up front. If they don't do as well as we're hoping or they're hoping they're going to do, then we'll still recapture sales tax dollars like most businesses we do. But if they do great here, and we hope they do, we want to incentivize them by really producing out of this facility in the city of Beaumont and kind of sweeten the agreement at the top end in which they're going to be receiving 70%. Now keep in mind it still has the maximum cap at that $991,000 for the first phase. So they could recoup that quick. They could recoup it over 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 years. Maybe it takes 25 years to recoup it, but it can never go above that maximum cap. So instead of talking about that, I decided to create a couple examples. Okay, so Kyle just confused us all with percentages. We don't know what he's saying. So let's say that Wolverine generates $25,100,000 in taxable sales in 1 year. So how the agreement as it's structured would break down was for the first $100,000, the city gets 100, business gets none. For the second 100, which is representing 100 to 200, it's split 50-50. So the city gets 50,000, the business gets 50,000. So we're stopping in here. So we're between 200 and 300, split 60, 40, 60, the city first, business last. City gets 20,400, the business would receive 30,600. This column right here shows what the city would receive that year based on those estimated tax receipts and what the business share portion would be. So you can see the city would net $170,000 and 170,400, and the business sharing component would be 80,600. So then I decided to bump that number up so they did a really good year, which was 45,800,000, to get us to that next level of the 3070. And you can see that, and I won't go through it again, but the methodology is the same, the calculations are the same. The city share for 45 million is $230,400, and the business share in that same year would be $220,000, $600. So you can kind of see a couple examples. Because I like to tinker with numbers, I wanted to provide this to show when, based on the numbers they gave to us, when we would hit that maximum cap, assuming Phase 1 and Phase 2 were built. And I provided that in front of you in case it was hard to see the screen. I wasn't sure exactly how easy it was going to be to see the numbers up there. So it has the projected revenue. Up to year 10, there are numbers that Wolverine has provided. Then I did a simple calculation of estimated growth, and it triggers or goes down in terms of the annual increase on what growth percentage was factored in. But you can see by year 12, with those projections being met, that Wolverine would hit their total amount. And then every other year after that, the agreement term would be over. Wolverine's still in business. They're generating the same or a little bit more in gross revenue for that next year. Then the city jumps from the 12th year being at $482,000 and some odd change to over $800,000 in sales tax revenue. And that's really good, and that's going with the projected numbers that we were provided. So I wanted to do another one, which is if they do 20% less. So that's pretty low compared to their projected numbers. That's 75% of what they're projecting. How do the numbers shake out? What's going to happen if they do only 75% of what they think they might do? And it does push back when they would receive their full payment amount. But over time, you can see the total for the city over the 25-year term or 25-year period would be $15 million. So that really just gives you an idea of what could happen, assuming the business comes into the city. And that's really all I have for this. Fiscal impacts for the planning fee waivers totals roughly around $21,000 Plan check fees, the savings per the incentive agreement would be $26,392. Building permit itself at the 50% reduction is around $46,000. Material handling, $21,000. Permit for material handling, around $36,000. Do want to provide this disclaimer. Due to the fact that the business is not currently open and operating, it is fairly difficult to determine that projected sales tax revenue, as in we're kind of just guessing based on the information given to us. We hope it meets those projections. If it doesn't, that's still okay based on the other thing we showed. If it does 10% of what they're projecting it does, I think that's still better than the dirt that sits out there today based on some of those other economic benefits that I spoke about. Say it doesn't do any sales tax, then the sharing portion really doesn't become applicable, and we still get the economic benefits of that brand name, big corporation calling Beaumont its home and providing those jobs and job opportunities for the Pass area. Staff recommends that City Council, 1, hold a public hearing, and 2, approve the resolution to approve the sales tax participation agreement by and between the City of Beaumont and Wolverine Distribution Incorporated as presented, and allow the city manager and/or the city attorney to make non-substantive changes. And I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead, Kyle, and I'm going to open up the public hearing first. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing at 7:52.
First speaker, Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Gosh, Kyle, you sound just like your mentor, Alan Kapanicus. Wonder where he learned that. How many years have I had to listen to this? Whoopee, more warehouses, no sewer capacity, no EIR, no roads or fire stations to accommodate, and council wants to give away any fees needed to pay for infrastructure. Please, isn't it time to stop this insanity?
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Mark Ostoich.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Ostoich. My address is 550 Hospitality Lane in San Bernardino, and I am the legal staff for Wolverine here on this project. I've been involved in all the negotiations, both of this agreement and of the basic transaction documents. And I want to tell you, we're working very hard to conclude this transaction with the developer and to get under construction and in operation. I think Kyle did a great job of describing the sales tax participation agreement. The one thing I wanted to emphasize is, as Wolverine produces sales tax revenue, the city is never obligated under the agreement to pay anything to Wolverine until it has received those revenues from the state. So there's never a situation under this agreement where the city would be advancing money to Wolverine when it had not yet received that money from the state of California. So other than that, I think Kyle did a great job. Your staff was wonderful to work with, and we're happy with the terms of the agreement and agree with everything he said. And so I'm very happy to answer any questions that you might have about the agreement or about our project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Next speaker, Bruce McDonald.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Bruce McDonald, 450 Newport Center Drive, and I'm here tonight representing the owner of the property. We think this is smart business for the city. There's been a lot of hard work that's gone into this agreement and the confidence in my company with Wolverine, and we believe that it will launch the city forward economically into some good times. The city, it's a community win for the whole area, and in particular the city. This is a fine, long-standing company that has a great history, and I welcome them here. I appreciate your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Nancy Gall.
I remember a meeting we had in the gym because we had to hold the over 200 people that came about a previous warehouse. Warehouses are not good for a city for many, many reasons. First of all, the jobs in them are part-time. Maybe they pay a minimum wage. They don't have ideal working conditions. Many warehouses don't have heat and air conditioning for their employees. You already have a sewer system that's over capacity now. This is going to take an awful lot out of that sewer system. We won't be able to do it from that aspect. Then you have all of the regular things with warehouses. You have all the big trucks running around polluting the air. And those big diesel trucks really do cause a lot of pollution, and it's very unhealthy for anyone that lives in the city if you have a lot of warehouses. Just environmentally, warehouses are horrible. I don't know why we can't get some businesses that have decent jobs, that pay real money, that people could buy one of our 800 houses that are apparently for sale now. You certainly could never buy a house working for a warehouse. And I really recommend that we vote against this and not approve it.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Ron Roy.
Oh, I'm going to get in so much trouble. Oh, man, you guys are turning me up this time. Because I wear Saucony's. And so they're good shoes. I'm in real trouble now. And there is a hiking community out here that's looking for, I wish you guys, we had an Adventure 16. Does anybody know what Adventure 16 is? It's just like 5-star outdoor recreation with the Sandra Snow Monument coming out here. We're getting a lot of people that are hiking, and I don't have time to go to Santa Monica and go to Adventure 16. So I'm torn. I'm worried about the scale. I think that's the biggest problem that got me is the scale. How come you need such a big warehouse? So, okay, real quickly, can they answer this question, and council may have this. How many items that are processed in the warehouse are taxed as sales tax items? Okay, so the Amazon model, how closely does it resemble the Amazon model? Is every item that goes into the warehouse taxed as sales tax? Because they're going to be out of state. If it just passes through, but only a fraction is taxed as sales tax, we're losing. I would like to ask the answer to that question. Will the warehouse be open to the public? I do think that's absolutely important to do that. Will they have, this is out of my pay grade, but will they have any kind of opportunity for space to be rented out to other people like Nike? That's way out of my pay grade, but I know that in Nike they're really upset because they had a warehouse in Banning, they closed it down, and they sound like they really want a local warehouse. This is really tearing me up because that is a product, like if you're talking about things like Merrill and Saucony, they're really good quality and they've been around a long time. I'm a big Vasquez fan, so I'm in trouble already, but I'm worried about the scale. I think that they don't have the scale is big enough. I think it's too big. Okay, will this type of distribution, this is just on the record, I apologize, will it require an EIR? I do think we need to know that, and I'd be very concerned about the amount going to the multi-species habitat conservation plan, and that the lion's share of that goes to local creeks. There's Cooper's Creek is right there. and San Mateo Creek. I think we have to really fight every time to preserve our open spaces, because once these warehouses are in, it's gone forever. Again, I'm just one of many people who have a lot of questions. I am concerned about the scale, and I think we should have EIR. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Nancy Hall.
I didn't really know about this till I saw it on the agenda tonight, but I live just over the hill. When the steel fabrication plant went in, the city approved that on a negative declaration, and the beep, 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 as I've been up here and talked about that before, and dropping steel is awful. You know, they still work round the clock. They were only supposed to work till 10 p.m., but they're round the clock. So this is going to be across from there. So I would want to know, like, what the noise is going to be for trucks going in and out of there, and freeway access, because right now the freeway access to 4th Street is off the 60, and then you make a right on Veely, cross the tracks, and then a right on 4th, or straight out 4th to California, and then there would be the hub there trying to either turn left to go over the tracks or right to go down California to 1st and a left on 1st, and you have the traffic there at the Shell and the Arco, 1st Street, 79. Then that's going to back up the traffic getting on the 10. So how are they going to get out of there? That's one. Because we don't have that Avenue B on and off ramp that Alan talked about for so long that was going to connect the road to or the bridge to nowhere. And then with the EIR and the traffic study, I mean, I think that's really important. And Cooper's Creek is a concern. It's just on the other side of the street and down the hill. And as far as jobs go, I know that we need jobs in Beaumont. I mean, we have a lot of young people here. We have a lot of seniors here, and you know, and young people and stuff. And minimum wage jobs are really tough. You can't make a living today. Even to go out and get an apartment, a one-bedroom apartment, you know, runs minimum of $900 a month. You can't do that on a minimum wage job. And a lot of these young people, you know, have children really early and stuff, and they're trying to support. You just can't do it. So, I mean, if we're going to bring in some managerial type positions, I think that would be far better. And with the size of this project, I'm just kind of concerned, you know, of like overall, like, you know, is this too big of a project for Beaumont? Maybe you're looking to bring something in here that we can't really support. We don't have the roads for it, and we don't have the people that can survive on that kind of income. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
No further speakers, Mayor.
With that, I'll close public comment at 8:03. Mayor Pro Tem White.
I'm going to try something a little different. Tonight. I'm going to sort of make my comments and then ask my questions in sort of a speed factor, so I can get all my questions in under my 5 minutes, and whether or not they get answered, maybe someone else will pick up. First of all, this is different from what we stopped in the other hallway, because that was putting 6 million square foot warehouse in an area that was zoned for residential, and it would be right next to residential. I'm all in favor of a distribution center that produces sales taxes in an area zoned for industrial, developed without CFDs and not needing a zoning change. I'm also in favor of bringing jobs to Beaumont, but as I think Ms. Hall raised the issue, the jobs need to be the types of jobs where the salaries are enough to support someone who can live in Beaumont. If they're too low, we'll be providing jobs for commuters. It would be nice to keep some of our commuters here. So now here's my speed list of questions. Mr. Warsinski, you can answer these, and if you want to shout out, go ahead and get up there, because you might want to shout out a quick one answer, yes or no. Okay. This area is zoned for industrial.
Zone-specific plan for industrial.
Okay. Yes. What's the total amount fees waived? If you don't have that right now, I'll move on. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about like impact fees. I think that was in our documents. property tax gross, the numbers you're talking about is after the county's cut and everyone else gets their cut, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What are we actually approving tonight? I'd like you to hold off answering this so you can give it a full answer. So what are we actually approving tonight? Is Phase 2 guaranteed? Are we required to go to Phase 2 if we don't like the way Phase 1 progressed and the jobs were not the types of jobs that we were all hoping for? Your study on sales tax, you talked originally about a cumulative amount up to 900 and something. I'm not going to say millions or thousands, but a lot of money. But then in your example, you talked about a 1 year. That first 100,000 is not the first 100,000 each year. It's the first 100,000 in the total challenge to reach the maximum amount is what you talked about. Maybe the representative from Wolverine can answer this, but what percentage of distribution versus pass-through? In other words, here's probably a quick yes or no. Is anything going to be actually manufactured in this distribution center?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So it's either going to be pass-through or something that is distributed like Amazon does, and we earn sales tax on it.
It can come in different boxes and gets repackaged and then gets sent to either another state or hopefully sold online to someone in California, which then generates the sales tax here.
So I think my understanding of what we're doing tonight is we're approving the option of this sales tax agreement, but there are still other issues that have been raised by a number of people, like the EIR, negative declaration, traffic study, mitigation studies. I'd like to know what truck counts are. Stuff like that is not, we're not approving the go-ahead on this regardless of all those issues at this point, correct? And that's all my questions.
Okay. First was total fees waived. The total fee waiver for the plan check, permits, planning fees is around, I think it was around $130,000, $140,000. Zero impact fees being waived. So they pay all impact fees. No impact fee waivers were discussed in the entirety of the negotiations. It just wasn't something that we as staff felt was comfortable. In fact, I don't know why you waive impact fees when they're there for a purpose, that they're there to mitigate the impacts of the development. If you waive them, then inherently you're not mitigating that impact. What you're approving tonight is simply the offer from the city for the sales tax participation agreement. It has really nothing to do with the project site as a whole. So that Rolling Hills Ranch specific plan is approved, had an environmental impact report, approved, can be built on today if someone wanted to file a plot plan application that meets the intent of the specific plan, much like the houses, except this one's just one building on a large acreage. So if this agreement doesn't go forward and Wolverine still wants to progress and move in, then they can do so. All of the environmental concerns have been taken care of, traffic concerns taken care of by Public Works, all at the time when the project was approved and the EIR was certified. The sales tax cap, 900 was for the first phase. There was like 800 and some odd totaling the 1.8. Hopefully if Phase 2 completes. The $100,000 a year of the sales tax sharing, that's the first $100,000 every year.
Okay. That's the way I read it the first time.
Each year it kicks over.
Okay.
So whatever they do, if they only do $10 million the second year, then we still get all of that and they would get nothing.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
You're correct on the percentage of distribution and pass-through. I have no clue what percent is going to come into that facility and sent into California, or what's going to come into that facility and sent nationwide. They did state that it's going to be one of their primary, if not the only, distribution center in the western United States that serves the entire United States, because we're next to the Port of LA and Long Beach.
But we only get sales tax on items that are sold to California.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like when you order something online that comes from Michigan, you don't pay sales tax. You're supposed to report your use tax. But
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You hit every one of them. Thanks.
Councilmember Condon?
I just want to make a couple of comments here. We're seeing a very different model with this distribution center. We've not had a developer come in and try to bully the community into putting something in a space where it doesn't belong. We've seen people come forward to us to negotiate with us in a sharing and paying some of the expenses. So I like what I hear.
Thank you. Councilmember Roscoe?
I just want to begin real quickly. And I appreciate some of the comments that were made, but the agreement that we have in front of us that was kind of shared with us, that this has nothing to do with the development, but just the agreement alone. This has gone through the EIR, has gone through the process. Okay, let me finish, please. Thank you very much. Okay? So, given all that, I mean, I want everybody to understand, because I think some of the council members up here have been a part of this process of attracting and making Beaumont better, and doing a lot economically to make it sustainable. And a lot of great questions were asked, and I'm happy to sit down and talk to you about those things, because those are true concerns, but there are other concerns in this community too. And you know, something like this is good for Beaumont for a lot of reasons, but you got to have the ability to listen and have those discussions, not one way, because a lot of people were a part of this process here. A lot of our new staff here was able to take a look on what, you know, like was mentioned by Dr. Condent, the councilwoman. We were not bullied here. This is something that, you know, the state level has introduced an ability for us to do. I'm going to read some information here. Due to the elimination of redevelopment, the state has significantly impacted our city's major economic development program. The state legislature that we all have the opportunity to vote for, to put in place there. And the governor himself has given cities like ours the ability to encourage employment and retain jobs and companies in local communities by providing financial incentives to businesses such as sales tax participation agreements to open, expand its locations in the city of Beaumont. Well, you see here firsthand what the impact is going to be, both economically, socially, and it's going to provide jobs in our community. This is an e-commerce company. We did our homework on this. By approving this performance-based sales tax participation agreement, this allows for economic expansion development opportunity. Not only will this agreement promote an opportunity for long-term employment of our residents, and also another concern too, what kind of businesses. Our state legislature, of course, did its job by increasing minimum wage over the years. They did that for us. So, and this company knew those long-term effects when coming into our city and wanting to build here, making an investment of $57 million. Think about that. They knew the consequences of coming in here in the state of California. They understand that. They're investing in our community. I know that this agenda item, well, most importantly, the area continued growth, the city's general fund is going to help our revenue, the tax base, as well as improve economic physical conditions, the services that we're able to provide. I know that this agenda item tonight not only focuses between Wolverine and the city, but I would like our city to start thinking forward in terms of having an economic development committee to eventually take a look at what we're doing here, not just for new incoming businesses, but like an enhanced sales tax incentive programs for all businesses that are here now, providing an opportunity for new and expanding businesses. For example, such businesses as Judy Bingham's business, giving her an opportunity, just like a businesswoman here, for her to be able to expand and give her incentives, not just for new businesses, but for businesses here as well that are already here. That helps to share enhanced sales tax dollars to return promoting businesses to invest themselves, in our communities, or to make improvements which will lead to more local jobs, revenue, and tax base. I would like to thank staff for for doing a lot of this work and working with not just the property owner, but Wolverine as well. I want to thank you as well as legal to take that opportunity to take a look at the incentive program that we're providing. I think it's good for Beaumont, and it needs to be moved forward, so we can continue moving our city forward as well. So that's my time. So.
Thank you for your comment. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a real quick comment. Almost everything has been stated up here. Mr. McDonald, I met with you and this whole group with Kyle when you first came to our city. At that point in time, I was incredibly impressed with the quality of what you were bringing to Beaumont. This is a quality operation. And being a member of that 1,000-mile boot club, that says a lot. That's long-term stability of these companies that they're bringing here, and it's located in an area that is where it's supposed to be, and so that's where I'm coming from. I like the shared cost, and I think this, from everything I see, that this is a good thing for our city. And I'd like to see more of it. And kudos to our Economic Development Committee and going forward.
Thank you. Kyle, that's good work on this. I know that you worked very hard on this program and to put it together, and I like the idea, thinking out of the box with the tax sharing. I think one question that hasn't been answered that was asked is, do you know if the warehouse will be open to the public?
I can't speak for sure. We have encouraged them to open the outlet type of store like the Icon facility has and the Skechers facility has over in Moreno Valley. So something where you could go buy the tremendous amount of footwear that's in the building right next to your house versus going somewhere else. The preliminary site plans I've seen for the interior do call out for a warehouse store. I just can't be 100% certain with you that they're going to do it when the building's built.
Okay.
But I think so.
And if I also remember correctly, the plan check contract company was going to reduce their hourly rate or their fee as well in order to assist the city with this?
Yes, that was one of the first things we talked about, is that, okay, so if council is going to be waiving 50% of the fees for plan checking, and our consultant firm charges 75% of the full fee, well, are we going to be out of pocket the extra 25% for the money we collected versus what we owe the consultant? And luckily enough, we have consultants here that understand what the benefit of this project and projects like are for the city of Beaumont, and they're a partner, whether they're a city employee or a for-profit business. And they were willing to do the work needed for the plan checking at the dollar amount that we receive and not ask for anything additional.
Okay. Was that Physicus?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Kyle.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to move that we approve the sales tax participation agreement by and between the City of Beaumont and Wolverine Distribution.
I would like to second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval of the resolution by Mayor Pro Tem White, second by Councilmember Roscoe. Take roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye. That motion carries. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute recess for the next agenda item. To order at 8:29. With council's consensus, I would like to move item 3C up instead of doing item 3B at this time. We have a timing issue, so if we could do that with council's consensus, I'd appreciate it.
You have my consensus.
Okay.
Sounds good.
If you could go ahead and take care of the staff report, John, I'd appreciate that.
Be happy to. This item is twofold. One, it's ratifying the purchase order for $10,000 that was issued on May 10th for services of Public Management Group. Mr. Bob Dice, as you know, has been acting as providing professional services to the city since, I believe, 2015, late 2015. And there are some critical tasks before the city. And one of the most critical tasks is completing the budget process by the end of the fiscal year. We need to get a budget done. And as you know, the city is in a transition in terms of management with a new interim city manager taking a seat this evening. And so there's going to be a need to have somebody assist through that transitional process. And you know, there's not a lot of time left in the fiscal year. So the city manager has the authority to contract for up to $10,000, and then it's supposed to come to you at the next meeting, and so it's coming to you. But also in your packet is a contract for professional services by Public Management Group Rennie Sloan Holtzman Sakai LLP. The latter name is a law firm, and then I believe Public Management Group is a consulting arm. So the contract would not exceed 1 year, and that's part of your policy as a council that you've adopted to avoid long-term contracts not being reviewed annually, and so it won't exceed 1 year. The contract is for the scope of services that are set forth in Exhibit A to the contract that's in your packet. And the scope of services are as follows. Provide professional consulting advice and project management support, including but not limited to assisting the city manager in the development of a 2016-17 operating and capital budget that recognizes the priorities of the city council but reconciled with the tenuous nature of the city's financial position. 2, assist the city manager in closing the financial books and facilitating the independent audit of the financial statements. 3, assist the city manager and city council in assessing and managing the potential impacts of the Securities and Exchange Commission investigation on the financial and general operations of the city. 4, assist the city manager and city council with incorporating the results of the Community Facilities District and Development Impact Fee Reconciliation Project into the budget, the workout plan, and the operational plans of the city. 5, assist the city manager and the city council with a communication plan to facilitate the accountability goals of the city. 6, assist the city in anticipating and then managing the various exigent circumstances Beaumont is facing to ensure the day-to-day services and strategic goals are not adversely impacted. And 7, facilitate the smooth transition for the new permanent city manager. So that's the scope of services. We're really, you know, the city's in a situation where the fiscal year ends on June 30th. So you need to get a budget prepared and completed. You need to get the audit process underway. And this contract proposes that Mr. Dice would assist in facilitating those things occurring, as well as the other items that I just went over in Exhibit A to the contract. It also provides, in terms of compensation, that the contractor would be paid $245 per hour plus expenses and shall not increase such rate without the prior written consent of the city. Notwithstanding anything in this Section 4 to the contrary, total fees and charges paid by the city under this agreement shall not exceed $50,000 without approval by the city council. Let me just see if there's any other provisions that I wanted to point out. So those are the main provisions that I want. You have the contract in front of you, but those are the main provisions that I wanted to point out to you.
Thank you very much for that report. Do we have any public comment? Speakers here for public comment on this item?
We have Mr. Dice that would like to speak.
Do we have any other?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, did you put
I'm
it in?
speaking.
Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Oh, Judy Bingham, right there.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and open public comment at 8:35.
Okay. Judy Bingham.
Is Mr. Dice here?
No, I read it incorrectly.
Yep.
Well,
he is here.
But I read the name incorrectly, so.
He's going...
No, he's not. I read it incorrectly. It's your name, so.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Council, do we really need another high-priced consultant with our new talented city manager? Milana said she was doing the budget when I asked her at the Finance Committee last night. The problem is this city can't close its books. There won't be an audit process because the city cannot close its books. And I'll be in to see you tomorrow morning, and I will explain to you why this city can't close its books. Look forward to it. Oh, I'll be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
No further speakers.
I will close public comment at 8:36. Oh, sorry. Mayor Pro Tem White?
Mr. Dice, I do have some questions for you, if you could come up. Okay, I got 5 minutes. So what I'd like you to do is take my first 3 minutes and sort of give us a background of your role in Stockton and what you did there and how you see your role here is. And then once the light starts flashing, I have some questions to ask you.
Okay.
Okay, you got 3 minutes.
My most recent public sector job, I was the city manager of the city of Stockton. Started in July 2010 and helped them deal with their financial difficulties. Many similarities to Beaumont. Brought in a new management team. Unfortunately, there was no way of repairing their finances without going through the bankruptcy process, and retired after submitting the bankruptcy exit plan to the judge. So it was there for 3.5 years. Before that, Sonoma County as a county administrator. Before that, I managed a brand new city up in the Seattle area that was 1 year old when I came up there. I've been in public service for 34 years and consulting for the last couple of years.
Okay, and you've been involved in what we've been going through, not on an extensive basis, but you have provided us some assistance through all of the, everything that's happened over the last year, correct?
That's correct. My main responsibilities when I came here in the late summer was help putting the budget together last year, help the council and the interim city manager at the time understand the finances, the true condition of the finances of Beaumont, and how did we get there, and communicating that.
Okay, and we are supposed to have a budget by July 1, is that correct?
That would be preferable, yes.
And do you believe it's doable?
I think it is, yes.
Okay. I don't know how many times I've heard from Mrs. Bingham about how we cannot close our books and that we have to get the proper people in and we need to get the help. And we just cannot bring a staff member in under these circumstances. And I think bringing someone in who is already familiar with where we're going and that can help us and help Mr. Warren, Mr. Warren is, honestly, how long is it going to take him to get up to speed? I mean, there's so many things going on. It's going to take a while, and I think this kind of support is what we need. Do you have an estimate or an idea of how many hours you expect to put in towards the budget?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you have other jobs, don't you? Will this be your only job from now till July 1st?
I hope not. It's very difficult to estimate my hours. As soon as I got notified that at least the mayor and suggesting the rest of the council wanted some assistance, I started working from my home last week, and then I camped out here starting yesterday morning, and I've been here all day, both days, and working primarily on the budget. And so that's why I say I'm pretty confident that we'll have it done in time for you to fully vet it with the public and fully discuss it among the council. But as we've mentioned, the city's in a fragile condition, and the needs far outweigh the resources, and so it'll be a difficult process.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Are you good?
Well, I've been sitting here thinking about the workout plan. Are you familiar with where we need to go with that?
Conceptually, yes. Councilmember Condon, before you came, there was a presentation that I made with, I'm a subcontractor for a piece of the workout plan with Michael Bush of Urban Futures that you've met. And in December, we made a presentation of the workout plan, and it's inextricably tied with the budget. They affect each other, and so I'm familiar with both. You know, the workout plan is going to walk you through what will it take to be financially solvent again. We call it budget solvency and service solvency, and we'll walk you through that of options and how to pull yourself out of that, to work your way out of insolvency. That's the term workout plan. So I'm intimately familiar with it. I can't say right now what we are going to recommend, but in the very near future, after we get the budget done, the workout plan will quickly follow behind it, and it'll be very soon.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mayor?
Councilmember Roscoe.
Thank you. I'll start off by saying I appreciate your support that you've given us so far. I know as a new council member when I came on, and at that time when we were going through some management changes, we needed somebody with experience, have gone through a lot of things, and you've been there for us. At this point, you know, I kind of had some reservations. You know, skeptical in terms of going forward, but I kind of reevaluated the assessment, because you know, for me, I mean, I'm not really big on consultants and having people come tell us what to do when we have staff members capable, and you know, but the problem is, and it's been mentioned, we're having a hard time keeping those individuals here, or just having that type of experience. And so, like I said, I was the first to kind of you know, ask myself, bringing in Mr. Warren here, kind of moving forward, and after kind of reevaluating that, thinking about it the whole day, and kind of reassessing the situation, I think everybody in the city is up here as well, want to get through this budget as quickly and as painless as possible. Let me say it again, as quickly and painless as possible. And I think in order to do that, we need to kind of have sort of your assistance in going through this and doing so. And at the same time, it gives us an opportunity to kind of update and help inform the new interim city manager and hit the ground running. Because I know he's already going to have a tough job as it is, so I think that's going to benefit as well. And we've mentioned before the question, I think going forward, I think our new management can determine at the time the ability of hours that you'll be working on a need basis, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And in response, I can guarantee you it will be quickly, the painless, I'm not sure I can give you.
Pull it off like a Band-Aid.
Guarantee you. And I'll be working lockstep with your new city manager. I'll be supporting him 100%. I'll be taking direction from him. So, if he doesn't need me in the future, then those costs won't be incurred. I'll be taking direction from him. Unfortunately, I've been in his shoes, and given all the things that are coming at your council and him gearing up, it's going to be a challenge for your new city manager, so I'm happy to help.
Thank you. Councilmember Knight?
I'm good.
Here, note that
Mayor,
Treasurer has.
could I ask a couple of questions when council's finished? Are you all
Go ahead.
set? Okay. If you do $245 an hour and you do it for the next 2 weeks to get the budget done by June 1st, which you did say was doable, that's just under $20,000 for that. The ceiling on this is $50,000. So could you explain to me, that would be 80 hours worth of work between now and June 1st to get that budget ready. Do you think that there's really $30,000 more worth of work maybe behind that?
Maybe I did not hear properly. I thought Councilmember White talked about a budget by July 1st.
July 1st.
Correct. Isn't that?
Okay, I'm sorry, you're doing, I thought you said June 1st, and I thought that was awfully fast. I mean, that would be incredible. We
Yeah.
just have to make you camp out here.
Well, actually, you just panicked me for a second.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, I want a reconfirmation of that. So, okay, so we are talking July 1st. That's still, do you, and I would, if you're going to do that, I agree we need help with the budget. I have no disagreement with that. And I really believe it's all hands on deck. And you and I have already talked about that. But I would like to get the new city manager's input on just how much beyond the budget help and maybe a little bit of sort of cohesiveness on the workability plan. I'm always concerned when there's a turnover and someone recommends a big project and someone else kind of gets sort of stuck with the results of it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so much. And out of respect for the new city manager, I'd like to really get their input on what they feel about whether this amount of work needs to be done to knit this together.
I think very quickly we can assess exactly where we are and what tasks have to be performed in order to complete the three most critical projects. That is the budget completion, the reconciliation, and the closing of the books so that the FY 14-15 audit can be completed. Those are the three primary tasks that we need to be focused on, and I agree with you, it's all hands on deck. I feel very comfortable working with Bob. He did incredible things in Stockton, and he and I have talked on the phone, and I feel confident that we can move forward effectively and that we can utilize him effectively and have him focused. At the same time, what my plan would be to keep the city council informed as to what tasks have been done, what do we need to do going forward.
Okay, well, and I would like it to be as much focused on those three things as possible, and maybe not, spread out to PR work or anything like that. I think that it's really critical that we hit all of those points that you talked about.
I agree. I think our first three priorities for the next month is going to be those three things that we talked about. And we're going to be completely focused on that. I know I'm going to be focused on that, and I know the staff will be, and I really feel confident that we can get through those three things, and so that we're ready to go July 1 when the fiscal year begins.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of comments on the Carrie. Question: the money to cover Mr. Dice's fees be coming out of where? Don't go too far, Mr. Dice.
It'll probably come out of contractual services, and I'll have to go back and go through that section and see if any extra additional monies needs to be allocated and revisit what's left in contingency. Because as we gave our 9-month presentation, we were at 63% of expenditures and 61% of revenue, so we're pretty close.
Okay.
And that was at the 9-month mark, so we'll go back and look.
That contingency as well?
Yeah, I mentioned the contingency fund on here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Carrie. You know, we've been in a number of meetings, standing financial, city council meetings, and there's always a request for more staff. Unfortunately, staff takes a while to get. Staff also takes money, so I don't think in order for us to meet our budget deadlines, hiring staff is going to be the answer at this point. I think Mr. Dice, with his experience, is going to be very helpful. I think the other thing on there that we're also talking about, Mr. Dyson, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the budget is going to be a primary function, obviously, but does not the budget, if I recall correctly, tie directly to the workout plan as well, which we also need assistance with?
Absolutely. And they feed each other. The city has gone through such a huge transition with this last budget. And so this next budget will be sort of the base year to do a forecast of your finances for the next 7 years. And then once we put that in a forecast, we'll compare that to revenues that are known, and then see what the difference is, whether there's a surplus or gap. And then in the workout plan, we've embedded ourselves in your organization, identifying all the areas that we think you need to discuss to get to budget solvency. That means if you're budget solvent, which you're not, if you're budget solvent, you could fund current services without any surprises for the next 7 years. And so we're going to identify those areas where you're at risk to be surprised. And then we're going to identify what it will take to be service solvent, meaning providing adequate services for the city. And then we'll have a total picture of what a healthy Beaumont costs. And then we'll compare that to revenues, and then we'll have a conversation about options of what to do about it. So that this next budget cycle is really key. It feeds right into that workout plan.
Thank you. And then also, in your, where you were at Stockton, did you have any investigations, similar to the ones that we are dealing with now as well?
Yes. Everything except for the SEC investigation. It's kind of, I don't know, I can describe it with some dark humor. I probably won't get any laughs on the dais because you're experiencing it. But there are, other than the SEC, the experience is very, very similar to Stockton in that all these different agencies that have a regulatory function and accountability function, they all want to come and audit you, investigate you, and question you. And then the citizens rightfully are upset, and then they start asking for a ton of public records requests, and then staff starts turning over, and it's very hard. It's only once in a while when you get people that are personally motivated to do good for your community. Most people don't want to deal with that stress. So it's very hard to get good people to come in and be managers or financial accountants, etc. So all those things happened in Stockton, and I think that's what's happened in Beaumont. But add to that SEC, add to that the DA criminal investigation, which we did not have. So you've got Stockton, but on steroids.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
It's a mess, isn't it?
See, you did get a laugh.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. We have a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
And is that as to both items that are in the packet?
Yes. For my second.
There we go.
So it's items 1 and 2.
Items 1 and 2.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Knight, a second by Councilmember Condon for items 1 and 2, or item 3C. Take roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye. That motion carries. That brings us, thank you very much, Mr. Dice. It brings us back to item 3B, dissolution of improvement area 19B of CFD 93-1 and formation of CFD 2016-1 Fairway Canyon.
So this item is going to be, the staff report is going to be given by our Public Finance Legal Counsel, Brian Forbath.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Brian Forbath from Stratton Yaca. So this is a continuation of the item that happened on May 3rd. If you remember that at that meeting, there was a public hearing that was held on the formation of CFD 2016-1 and the dissolution of the former improvement area that it encompasses. At that point in time, the motions were made and not carried as to move forward on the items on the floor, and the item was continued to tonight's meeting with direction to staff to go back and discuss with the developer opportunities to potentially get a better deal for the city and citizens. In doing that, staff and members of the finance team have had conversations with the developers on their proposal here on the formation of the CFD, and the developers have agreed to remove the 2% escalator on the facility special tax, as was requested by council to consider. In doing so, the par amount of the bonds that could be authorized, because there's fewer tax dollars that could be leveraged, the par amount of the bonds that would be authorized has been reduced from $16 million down to $13 million. An additional request from council was to look at considering increasing the services special tax to be the greater of 2% or CPI. As currently drafted in here, it was just the 2% escalator. We have not come back with that because any increase in special taxes from the resolution of intention to the resolution formation would require us essentially to start over again and renotice and go back to the resolution of intention. And if you remember, the developers here are under certain time pressures as homes are being sold, and we will have residents moving in shortly into the improvement area. And so accordingly, in order for this to be a landowner election, this needs to be taken care of prior to homeowners moving in. So there was not time frame to redo the start back at the resolution of intention. So just a few things to remember about this district. This district is, although it's a new CFD, it's not new in that it's replacing an existing improvement area. The council several years ago formed an improvement area with special taxes. Those special taxes are higher than the developer would like. They're higher than the city's goals and policies. The proposal to move forward on this CFD reduces the taxes by 40 to 50% across the board on the CFD. And then we've also eliminated the escalation factor here. and reduce the amount of bonds that would be issued. So there's a variety of actions here before you this evening. The first two actions really are to open. We have to rehold the public hearing. It's been continued, so we're having a new public hearing that's going to be continued. People have an opportunity to comment on it, and I'm sure there's lots of speakers here to talk about that tonight. At the close of the public hearing, the city clerk will confirm that there's been no written protest by any of the landowners or property owners within the CFD to protest the formation of the CFD. Assuming that there is none, then you get the decision to move forward as to whether to approve the resolution to form the CFD and approve the resolution to incur bonded indebtedness. Those two actions would cause an election to be held this evening. City clerk, the property owners have cast their ballots and they're with the city clerk at this point in time. And so assuming the city clerk, if the council decides they would like to move forward, the election would be heard, and at that point in time, the city clerk would announce the election results. You would then move forward to certify the election results, and then there would be two ordinances that would be introduced tonight. One ordinance would be authorizing the levy of the new tax, and one ordinance would be terminating the old tax and the old CFD. That's a summary of the proceedings. I'm here and more than happy to answer any questions, and there's also a script to be used, Mayor, in terms of, I've kind of jumped a little bit out of order here, but we need to open the public hearing and go forward with it, so thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing relating to the formation of CFD 2016-1 is now open at 9 p.m. The council has received the staff report on this matter, which they hereby enter into the record of this public hearing. At this time, any members of the public wishing to speak on this matter may be heard. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers on this matter?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Our first speaker is Nancy Gall.
Well, yes, I'm happy that this has been improved for these people, but I'm still concerned, and it was my idea from the last meeting that you were asking the city staff to basically renegotiate some of those contracts we have with these developers that are ridiculous. I mean, if they can just this easily give us 50% off and forget the 2% and all of that for this development, then what about all the other people in Beaumont that are paying these very hefty taxes in all the new developments? We need some kind of general solution, and it has to be to lower these taxes, and this money wasn't even really a tax because it was never used by the city. It was stolen. So we don't have any of the facilities. I just think these people got righteously ripped off, and that we need to do something more than this. This solves this may solve the problem for these few houses, but we need to do something to solve our CFD problem, because we have a huge CFD problem. We've been collecting all this money that was then stolen or misused, and it wasn't needed, obviously, if they didn't use it, and I don't know, and we don't have the facilities necessary in the CFD areas, and it is a real mess, and we need for the city to come up with a plan to alleviate some of the stress out there.
Next speaker, Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Again, it is beyond reckless for Beaumont City Council to approve more housing development, especially in Fairway Canyon, where families are 15 to 20 minutes away from fire and safety protection. On April 19th, The Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Board issued violation R8 2016-0026 for sewer plant capacity violations. Taxpayers in Beaumont have been paying taxes, sewer fees, etc. for years and years and years. Since 1995, that sewer has been labeled a state-of-the-art wastewater treatment plant, and we know it is not. You're going to put more houses on when you're at capacity? No. State Controller's Report, page 8. The indenture requires the authority and district to keep or cause to be kept proper books and record and account prepared in accordance with GAAP, with complete and accurate entries shall be made of all transactions relating to the bond proceeds or revenues, the district bonds, and all funds and accounts established pursuant to the indenture. We already know this city is incapable of keeping their books. Urban Futures still has not reconciled the bond fund accounts. And you know what? It's not going to look real good tomorrow morning when it's reported that this council approved $16 million in more bond debt.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Ron Roy.
Council, you used your power. You got concessions. Bravo, okay? You are doing what we need to see here. Now, there are many terms to an agreement. Many terms. We got one, a concession on the escalator. So you're doing your job. Let me just say this. As council is asking for $13 million more in debt on top of hundreds of millions of existing debt using Melrose, I start by objecting to the incredibly undemocratic way in which tonight's election is held to form the CFD. Since the election is landowner-based, the voters who vote in these elections are absentee landlords from REITs or other large institutional investors rather than the residents of Beaumont. There are only 3 or 4 voters in tonight's election. You should think about changing the CFD boundaries to include existing homeowners or hold elections when new homeowners can vote. Also, I object that...
Please.
Also, I object that developers are governing our city rather than our city council and department heads. Now, tonight you're showing me a big change. I won't quantify. Okay. The city council is supposed to be the legislative body of CFD 20161. Yet whose lawyers are drafting the resolution and ordinance? Not the city, but Argent's lawyers. Okay? Even more disturbing, unlike our state assembly and senate bills, which undergo extensive revision via redlining, out unworkable provisions, you've seen them when they redline, when they want to change something, not a single red line has been made between the May 3rd version and tonight's version. And no new provisions whatsoever have been inserted, either by a highlight or showing removal. We need to see the change. Okay, I think there's an impression out there that Melrose is inflexible. But what if Melrose is in fact very flexible, but the city council is not taking advantage of this flexibility? For example, given that CFD 20161 is a Melrose-based district, why isn't there a joint community facilities agreement or a joint exercise of powers agreement which would allow various departments within the city, that's fire department, police, community service, to be granted dedicated funds out of CFD 2016 for building and servicing their respective facilities? And why aren't these estimated costs for construction and services listed within provisions of tonight's documents? We still don't have an itemized breakdown for the estimation of fire and police. You've done a lot, but there's many terms to an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Douglas Praw.
Douglas Praw, 400 South Hope Street, LA 90071. Mayor Lara, members of the City Council, I represent SDC Fairway Canyon LLC, the owner and developer of Fairway Canyons project. At the City Council meeting of May 3rd, 2016, you continued the vote on the resolution of formation to establish District 2016-1 for a portion of the Fairway Canyon project. The formation was continued for a variety of reasons. We understand there is a continued reticence in the city to forming new community facilities districts. However, note that the new CFD consists of territory that is already located in Improvement Area 19B of District Number 93-1. The new district will serve to lower the tax rates for the homeowners within the district. Upon formation of the new district, Improvement Area 19B will go away and will no longer be of any force or effect. In addition to lowering the tax rates that burden the property within Improvement Area 19B to below 2% of the estimated sales price of the units, as has already been pointed out, we are reducing the 2% per year escalator that was a feature of Improvement Area 19B. The elimination of this escalator comes at a significant price for the developer. It causes a reduction in the net amount of bond proceeds that are available to reimburse for public infrastructure. That is not an insignificant give. The establishment of the district and the reduction of the all-in tax rate is important for the marketing and absorption of homes within the project. A number of individuals are already in escrow to buy homes within the district. These homeowners are relying on the reduction in the special tax, which was disclosed to them in their escrow documents. But for the reduction, they probably would not have gone under escrow. Failure to approve and to form the new CFD would probably result in them canceling their escrow and not buying the home. Constituents and council members have spoken about the need for greater public services and about the fear that new growth would dilute the existing services within the city. The sale of new homes within the district leads to increased property tax revenue. Accordingly, the city's share of the property tax revenue increases with the city's general fund based on new property tax. Homes are where jobs go to sleep at the end of the day. We respectfully request that the City Council approve our agenda item and form District 2016-1.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Nancy Hall.
My first question to the gentleman that just got up and spoke is, why would you sell homes contingent on something that's not been voted in yet? That's like spending money before you have it. Why would you put people in that position? That is nuts. I appreciate the fact that you're wanting to dissolve 93.1, but why do we want to even form another district? People don't want to buy here because we have a double tax. I hear that all the time. I hear people that are renting in Fairway Canyon and want to buy the home, but they say to me, Nancy, like, how do we fight this double tax? I can't afford to buy this home because I can't pay. I'll never be able to pay off that bond for what my double tax is going to be. It doesn't matter if you reduce it; they still have to pay it, and it's in addition to their property tax. People there many of them were not even told they had to pay that tax. It was like something like came out of the air. Here was a note I got on the internet. A group of Lake Elsinore homeowners claim misleading statements by home builders and lack of oversight by the city, resulting in Melrose they had no knowledge of. Happened to Fairway Canyon. These people already paid. They've already paid their dues for the infrastructure that's not there. They shouldn't have to pay again. And as far as any new homeowners, yes, I concur with Nancy Gall and the other gentleman. We don't have the infrastructure here. We don't have the water. Beaumont had to sink 2 new wells out in San Timo Canyon a few years ago after they told me point blank we have plenty of water, and suddenly we had to put in 2 new wells. If you don't have it, don't spend it. You need to fix what you have first before you can improve anything new. And I agree. Why do we have the developer's attorney drafting our CFD? Mr. Orozco in the hallway told me that we are trying to all work together to make things better. that it's a tough road for all the things that have happened, and I agree. But you have to remember, as I've said before, you are working for the citizens, not the developers. There is something that is a perk here to bring development here, but ultimately you work for the citizens. Please don't bring more debt onto them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next speaker, Stephanie Larson.
Hello. I would again like to reiterate that I appreciate so much that there has been some work at negotiating the CFD. It is a lot better, but it's not where we need to be. We need to have no more debt. Last meeting, one of the developers pointed, I think, a little bit toward me, said 95% of my fellow community residents in Fairway Canyon are happy with our taxes. Well, I went on Facebook, where we are very much a community, and I had about 100 responses between 2 social media websites, with 3 people seeing no problem. This is a huge problem. People are so unhappy. Please do not bring any more debt. It was also said last time that we have the lowest home prices around. This is smoke and mirrors. If I live in my house for 30 years, which has been my plan, I will pay about $100,000 more for my home. That's outrageous. Even $2,000 a year for 30 years without an escalator is $60,000 more for our homes. This is money that we cannot see. We cannot see how much we're paying on it. We cannot see how much we still owe, because the city cannot tell us this information. It would be better for these people to have a fixed rate in their mortgage for $60,000 to absorb some of these fees than to be paying money that they cannot see, they have nothing to show for it. It's irresponsible. With what has happened today in this city, with what's happened in the last however many years in this city, it is irresponsible of us to take any more debt when we cannot even figure out what's going on with the current debt. There are cities in this state who do not allow for CFDs. The developer absorbs it and the buyers put it in their mortgage. It is not on these bonds that, again, we have no control over as owners. I saw some faces of surprise when my resident neighbor there said that it was 2 years that they didn't know, and they were surprised. This is not something that just happened to them. Most of us that bought in our neighborhood of Fairway Canyon, it was at least 6 months to a year before we knew about these taxes. This happens over and over. I've had people argue with me that they don't have it until they live in the neighborhood for a little bit of time. This will happen in this new development as well. People will be surprised. As much as they're saying that there are disclosures, there are not. I plead with you to be responsible, to not take any more debt. I appreciate that the City Council is trying to lower these payments, but we shouldn't have these payments at all. We want people to be able to move in here. We want people to be able to keep their homes and to sell them if they have to. And those things are not happening. So I plead with you, please do not take any more bond debt in this city.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Ana Cervantes.
As an established homeowner in Fairway Canyon, I take this proposal as a slap in the face. Basically, it's screwing us existing homeowners and give the new development a break. I don't think that's right. In my 8 years living here in Beaumont, I have paid probably over $32,000 in CFD taxes. I never saw a new school that I hope that my 2 young children can go to. There's nothing new that I have been able to say, well, my $32,000, I can appreciate it. I have a fire station, I have a police station, I have something that has benefited my family. I can't say that I have that after paying $32,000 in 8 years. And I think that if the City Council is going to consider the dissolution of the CFD and give the new development a tax break, you should do that to us homeowners, the existing homeowners in Fairway Canyon, who we have been robbed from after paying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And I think that in a show of good faith and good character, that you guys should send out notification to the people in Fairway Canyon that live there now and let them know about this voting. People, you know, I never got to vote for this new CFD dissolution thing. And I don't think that my neighbors did either. I don't think that my friends and family that live in Fairway Canyon did either. If people knew about what was going on, I think that you guys would have a response. Because just like they're going to get a tax break, I would like a tax break myself. Because I want to stay in my home. I work hard. My husband works hard for what we have, because we wanted to give our children a good life and retire in a nice community. Please, if you're going to give somebody a break, give us a break, because we've been the people that have been robbed from. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
No further speakers, Mayor.
With that, I'll close the public hearing at 9:20. Is there any discussion, or are there any questions from council members?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, one of our, I don't know whether it's Shane or Brian, one of you, I know there are different laws when it comes to CFD laws, and they're set by the state of California, and that we what we have, basically, what I'm asking you is, can we do away with CFDs like this one? To me, it was my understanding we couldn't do that. So, could you explain, did that make sense to you?
I'm not sure I understand exactly.
Will you explain CFD law that, as a council, that we have to abide by, so people understand what we're dealing with on our side here?
So, first, in terms of the formation of a CFD, there's been some misinformation in the community about who's eligible to vote. The state legislature enacted the Melrose Act back in 1982 to allow for when Prop 13 was adopted, and communities across California lost property tax dollars that they formerly had. They adopted the Melrose Act as an infrastructure tool to finance the development of new communities and put in needed infrastructure for which there was no other source of money for. The Melrose Act is very specific about who is authorized and eligible to vote. And if there is no registered voters within the boundaries of the CFD within 90 days of the public hearing, then the only people who are authorized to vote are those property owners who own property within the boundaries of the CFD. We have certifications from Riverside County Registrar of Voters that there are 0 registered voters within the boundaries of the CFD that is proposed to be formed and the existing improvement area. Accordingly, the only people that are authorized or eligible to vote are the property owners, and adjacent neighbors and other communities have no entitlement to vote on this action whatsoever.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful.
Yeah.
I have a couple more questions for you. Something I would like to see, and I know, and there's misunderstanding about our, maybe this is for you, our contracts with our people that have come into our community and they agree to bring in millions of dollars, maybe billions of dollars into our community so we have these long-term agreements. None of us were on during those agreements, but like this one, I do believe they have a 25-year contract, and there are certain laws as a council that we are to abide by, or in the sense we have an illegal vote. Now, that concerns me in the sense of I'm worried about lawsuits, because we're going to get to a point where every time we have this interaction that happens, it costs us money in staff time, it costs the developer money, and we go back and forth, and at some point we're going to get sued. Now, I'm very concerned about that because we can't do that right now. And I'm also really feel for our homeowners in the sense of it would be nice to say to get rid of this, but it is my understanding we cannot get rid of current CFDs. Maybe at some point in time we can lower them. I don't know. Could you address that?
Sure. If the residents that are here that are talking about their CFDs, for most of them, as my understanding is, there's outstanding bonds outstanding on those community facilities districts, those improvement areas, and you have, just like a mortgage, you have promises and commitments to your bond owners who bought these bonds to have them repaid. And as long as those bonds are outstanding, you have covenants not to lower or reduce the special taxes in a way that would materially adversely affect the ability for them to get repaid. And so that's the box you're in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay. Councilmember Conda?
This question is for you also. At the last council meeting, we had a request from a community that wanted to look at the 2% escalator being removed, and we moved as council to send that to the Finance Committee and look at the pros and cons of that. And we're going to be contacting you, I'm sure, to share with us the pros and cons of doing that for the existing CFDs. It was my particular feeling that, and I'm very sensitive to what one of the speakers said, why not us too? Because this CFD is a better deal, folks. It's a step in the right direction. I would change and trade my CFD any day for the one that's on here. But it's a beginning, and I think beyond that is having you come and tell us about the pros and cons of dealing with that escalator, because we don't want, I understand that we could perhaps do something that would come back to bite us. Is that true?
Yes, I mean, on that CFD, you have an existing bonds that are outstanding that have the debt service on the bonds escalates at 2% each year, assuming that the special taxes escalate at 2%. So, I haven't done the financial analysis, and somebody will have to do it that's a math guy, not a lawyer, in terms of determining whether if you eliminate the 2%, do you still have enough money to pay the escalating debt service over time? And so we'll have to look at that. We'll have to look at the existing covenants that you have in your existing bond documents and determine that if you take such an action, would that violate the promises you made to bond owners. The other thing just to throw in for this CFD is, we're also making a conscious decision to move away from CFD 93-1 and all the improvement areas. This is sort of, when you talk about a break in the right direction, this is a break in the right direction of, here is a standalone CFD, and there's also a statement by one of the residents about we don't have cost estimates and so forth. The engineer's report that's attached, there's an Exhibit B to it that has a list of all the facilities.
It does.
All the costs. It has a list of the services and the estimated cost of the services. So it's there, and that's what we will be bound by moving forward. So it's a break from the past in terms of the past 93-1 CFDs that had one master list of citywide facilities without cost estimates, etc. That is not the deal that's being presented tonight on this.
It's my understanding that the 93.1 makes it much more difficult to define where the money has been spent, where with this type of CFD, we'll know exactly where the money was spent.
Yeah, so what would happen? I mean, tonight you're not approving the issuance of bonds tonight. You're just authorizing the formation of the CFD and moving forward. Prior to the issuance of bonds, the next step that we would take is we would come forward to you and we would negotiate on your behalf an acquisition agreement with the developer. And that acquisition agreement would have a list of all the facilities, would have a list of fees that would be eligible to be financed, and I know that there's some topics about whether we want to include fees or not, and that would be a subject to negotiation with the developer, and we'd have an itemized list of the bond proceeds will be used to, I'm making this up, build John Smith Road between X and Y, to pay for sewer lift station over here, to do the road, to do street improvements, etc. And there'll be a detailed list, and we'll be able to know what that bond deal financed, or what development impact fees it paid if the city wants to decide to allow them to do that.
So if you live in this CFD area, you're going to know exactly what you're going to get, and you can look around you and see whether it's there or not. We also have a document in our council book tonight that deals with a reporting mechanism that can be put online for people to look at, that I think will put us in a position where we know where the money's going.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Roscoe?
Thank you. Appreciate it. First of all, again, I'm going to reiterate, if there's folks out there, we up here, I think I can speak for all of us up here, because, I get the emails too, I get some phone calls, but accessibility, you can talk to us about these agenda items. They go up and we see them just as you do. And I know I don't mind having these discussions with you because, our job up here, and we don't get paid the big bucks. We're doing this because we want to be servants to the community. We're educating ourselves on these items because we are making big decisions that impact the lives of people here in our community. One thing, I live in Tournament Hills, and I remember when I bought my home here with my wife, and it was her first home. It wasn't my first home, but I educated myself, and I took the time to educate her to buy a home, and kind of going through a lot of the financial stuff. It took us a while because it was her first home. It wasn't mine, and I wanted her to make that decision and those steps with me because it was a huge investment. And then we understood what we were getting ourselves into. But I kind of wanted to just talk about some of the bond debt and some of the discussion here. There was a statement here, and I wanted to make sure it's corrected. We're reducing bond debt. We're reducing bond debt. We're reducing bond debt from 16 to 13. I know I'm not a math teacher, I'm a history teacher, but according to the math, it's taking away $3 million. And, some of the things that we're doing here are going in the right direction, as Dr. Condon has mentioned. And we've lobbied in terms of making sure that we are more accountable, making sure that it's feasible for the city. We're taking steps, and we're hearing the community in terms of renegotiating our terms. And you heard us out. The developer heard us when we say, hey, we're going to renegotiate. They didn't like it. They had to take it, and we went back and we got some of the things that we needed. There's more to come, but you got to understand as well that we're dealing, it's a twofold in terms of we're dealing with the rights of the developer that we didn't put ourselves into. This is the cards that we are folded with.
Oh, the crooks did it.
Stop, please. Have the courtesy to listen to somebody else.
Like I said, we're dealt with cards that we're folded with. I can't go and open up a credit card and charge $20,000 and say, okay, I want to change. After I apply for the credit card and the terms, I can't go back and change those terms and make it beneficial for me as much as I want to. But in saying that, like I said, I agree that what's been discussed and been set up here by Dr. Condon. Some good points were made. This is an opportunity for us to kind of fix what's wrong and make what's right, and help reduce, eliminate some of the debt in our community. But I want you guys to understand, from what I'm hearing up here from my colleagues, this is what I'm hearing, is that we want to look citywide on reducing that. But you got to understand there is regulations that we have no control over. Like just as we have no control what's going on right now here, we are making those changes. I think I would love to reduce my taxes. I heard up here Dr. Condon wants to reduce her taxes too. I live in Tournament Hills. I mean, I would love to reduce my taxes. I would love to reduce everyone's taxes. That's our goal here. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we fix the obligation that we put ourselves into. In terms of, we accepted this when we signed on the dotted line. We bought our home. And I understand that. That's why we need to be educated and work with. like I said, we all have to be educated on this in terms of understanding what we're faced with. And I'm not just talking about the community, I'm talking about the council members up here, me as an individual, having to learn about CFDs and how to get through them and figure out how we can reduce our debt, reducing the taxes in our community, but still fulfilling our obligation. Because the moment we don't, then we start losing the investment in our community. And I'm talking about residents. Talking about residents walking away, leaving their homes. That's not what we want. Okay? So, I think that a lot has been said. I want to reiterate. Again, I want to make this very clear. I think my goal, and somewhat I'm hearing from my colleagues up here, eventually we do want to reduce the tax rate, that the burden that everyone's facing, but we have to do it. This is what we're faced with currently, and I think eventually, as we had heard up here, we want to go out and have our financial standing committee to take a look at our options, and I think we're going to come up with a solution soon enough. But we have to do our homework. We have to do our homework. So,
thank you, Mayor Pro Tem White.
Okay, first of all, we are not reducing debt. We are placing debt on people who are not here. My issue is, first of all, I don't like CFDs. I think it's a scam, and I think the state of California should end the practice. Hold on. However, there is a law in place. The election that follows the law is property owners are allowed to take out and assess debt on their own property. And that's what the developers are doing here. They are then passing that debt on to home buyers, and home buyers are supposed to be fully aware of what the debt they're getting. Now, I can tell you from my personal experience that I went to my developer before my home was built and said, I do not want Melrose. And they said, we don't have Melrose. And I said, I don't want HOA. We don't have HOA. And so then I moved in, or we went through the escrow process. The numbers came up, and I said, what's this amount right here? And their answer, I said, we told you we didn't want Melrose. And they said, well, it's not Melrose, it's CFDs. At that point, I think there's a number of people, there's hundreds, thousands of people who don't realize Melrose and CFDs are the same thing. I was one of them. And then as I started to look into it, I recognized what had happened. I was also told, and I assure you that this is true, I was told by my developer that it was only for 20 years and that it would be for building the sidewalks and the lights and everything that our community needs, and that was not true. We are struggling with addressing the existing CFDs because the debt is not between the homeowners and the city. The debt is between the homeowners and the bondholders. I don't like any of the development agreements we have. I don't like the fact that the developers come to us and can force us to do CFDs. It's not something that I'm going to do or try and approve in the future. But right now, it was the past administration who we know all their names today, that put us in this position. They did not properly handle the resources of the community, and that is the money that comes in from the bonds. And they didn't protect, and we're in a position now where if a group of homeowners were decide to stop paying their CFDs, just say, I'm not going to pay it anymore, that agreement is between the homeowners and the bondholders, and the bondholders would would come after the homeowners for that. I'm guessing. I'm not an attorney, but. And the same thing with the city. If we go and just magically wave our wand and reduce the 2% for people who are already paying it, the bondholders are not going to be happy with that. And without getting into any legal issues, folks, the SEC is here for a reason. So we need to be careful. How are we any better than the past administration if we don't consider the ramifications of our actions? And if we were to do something that has been proven by precedent will result in $20, $30, $40 million in lawsuits that we are going to lose, how are we any better to the citizens that are here or the people that are going to move here if we take that approach? My justification for not approving the CFD before was two reasons. Number one, I don't like the 2% escalator. I think people should know what they're getting into. I think that dollar amount, you should be willing to either accept it or not accept it for 20 or 30 years, whatever the term is. It shouldn't be going up. And it was a big move by Argent to go ahead and give us that concession. The other issue, a reason I justified not approving this before, and unfortunately I won't be able to vote for this tonight, is that I want to see the reconciliation. Now, whether it's good or bad, I just want to see it, and I want to know about it before I approve any more of these processes. But I assure you that I believe that we now have the people, the controls, the financial structure to properly handle and account for and to protect the resources of the future bondholders. And I want to finish with one thing. We are going to be holding finance committee meetings and the purpose of that was to bring in as many members of the public to weigh in on these issues, and I hope that you will come or at least watch them if we get them videotaped, because I think it's important that you understand that we're not up here just making these issues because we're afraid of lawsuits. We're up here because of all the other issues that are involved. The biggest problem I have with CFDs is they tear a community in a city apart, because you have the people who are in one area paying 3 times what people in the other area is paying. You have people in some areas who aren't paying anything. You have people who don't live in CFDs whose roads are deteriorating. They come to council and they say, why don't you fix my roads? And we say, well, we don't have any money. And they say, well, look at Tournament Hills, Fairway Canyons. They got nice roads. And so it divides the community. And I've said this before. I think they're the wrong thing to do. But right now, until we start over, get rid of 93-1 and start with new CFDs in a way that makes sense and that is fully aware to the homeowners, we really are struggling with this issue. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you.
No applause?
In the tract development, I want to clarify something and make sure that I understand. The tract development is under construction now, and I think there's a misunderstanding that not approving the CFD will stop the tract development. The tracts are approved, and development will move forward. I think there's also a misunderstanding in regards to the CFD is going to apply to existing residents, and it will not. The CFD will only apply to the new homes that are being sold. So the tract development is already approved. The water meters are approved. The will serve letters have been done. This is not a new development that we're approving. We're approving or looking at the formation of a CFD, breaking away from 93-1 that I myself do not like. And we've asked that the other problem that I had with 93-1 is a 2% escalator. We've worked with the developer, and the developers agreed to remove the escalator. A question I have, though, is on the development fees being taken out of the CFDs. If I understand, we can come up with an acquisition agreement. Brian, can you explain that?
Yes, so what we will do is prior to the issuance of bonds or in connection with the issuance of bonds, there'll be an agreement that the city will enter into and the district, the CFD will enter into with the developer that will outline the facilities. It'll detail the facilities that will be acquired with the bond proceeds. And in that agreement, you can specify, the city can negotiate with the developer whether or not they will finance development impact fees or any fees at all in connection with that agreement. So by approving this tonight, you're not saying, yes, we will finance fees. You're just leaving on the table that fees are eligible as long as the money that you collect from fees are used for public capital facilities that are of the type that can be financed from under the Mellors Act. But on a go-forward basis, you can direct me or direct staff as you would like in terms of what you would like to see in that acquisition agreement with the developer in terms of financing development impact fees or not.
Okay. So we're beginning to clean up some of the problems with 93-1. Would you agree, Brian? Sorry.
Yeah, this is a good step forward, and this is, I think, the right step towards accountability that you all are looking for in terms of, first of all, this is how all other public agencies issue bonds. All my clients who have CFDs, we enter into an acquisition agreement with the developer in connection with the issuance of bonds that details what facilities are going to be financed. There's a clear trail of what the money is going to be used for. That's how deals should be done, and that's how we will make sure that this deal gets done for the city when the city's ready to do the deal.
Okay, thank you very much. We're also, as Mayor Pro Tem White indicated, looking at the existing CFDs with existing escalators and looking at a process that can be taken for at least looking at removal of future escalators if that's legally possible. So we are looking at that as well and trying to address existing CFDs as best we can. The developer, I think, took a big step in working with the city on removing the escalator. It's something that they were willing to do. And they also took a step in working with us on the acquisition agreement and looking at ways to not take all the developer fees out. So I think they've done what we've asked them to do, and I appreciate their effort in that regard. Anybody have any further comments on council? No? Okay. Has the city clerk received written protests to any matters addressed in this public hearing from any registered voters or landowners of more than 50% of the acreage located within the Community Facilities District 2016-1?
I have received 0 written protests, Mayor.
If there are no further comments from the public or members of council, I hereby declare this public hearing closed. At 9:45. I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution of the City Council establishing Beaumont Community Facilities District 2016-1, authorizing the levy of special taxes and calling for an election therein, and resolution of City Council to the City of Beaumont acting as a legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2016-1, determining the necessity to incur bond indebtedness within the Community Facilities District and calling elections therein.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the dissolution of Improvement Area 19B of CDF 93-1 and the new formation of a CFD 216 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'll second that.
I'm not sure I understood the motion is to approve there's 2 resolutions that are in front of you. Maybe
Am I on the wrong?
Confusion in this staff report, I'm not sure.
So the first resolution that you have in your packet is, or that's in the staff report, is adopt resolution of the City Council establishing the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2016-1, authorizing the levy of special tax and calling an election therein.
We have to do these one at a time. You can't do a whole group.
Oh, you want us to do it one at a time?
Yeah, that's fine. You can do one at a time, or you can do both of them together, but if the city turn for one at a time, that's fine.
But you can't do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No.
Yeah.
No. Okay, I see. All right, so 1, 2, and 3, right? So they all go together, all resolutions.
I think you could just say so moved to what Mr. Mayor Laura read.
Okay, so move.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that. So we have a motion by Councilmember Orozco and a second by Councilmember Knight to approve the motions mentioned. Can we take roll call on that? Are we comfortable? Okay. So roll call. Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
No.
Mayor Lara?
Aye.
4-1.
The resolutions that have just been adopted calls for an election within CFD 2016-1 to authorize the levy of special tax and incurring bond indebtedness, which is to be held at this time by the city clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2016-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved, and I will open those to certify at this point. Okay, so all ballots have been cast. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast for the elections of CFD number 2016-1.
Okay. Having received a certificate of the city clerk certifying the results of the election, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution of City Council acting in its capacity as a legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2016-1, certifying the results of May 17th, 2016 special tax and bond elections.
You did it. How about that?
Certificate of election. Do you wish me to read the ordinance verbatim?
We need the motion certifying
the motion.
Certifying the election results first.
So that's item 7.
I need to certify the elections. Would entertain a motion to approve the resolution of the City Council acting in its capacity as the legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District number 2016-1, certifying the results of May 17th, 2016 special tax and bond elections. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All second.
I have a motion and a second.
Okay, so a motion by Councilmember Condon, a second by Councilmember Orozco. Roll call. Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
No.
Mayor Lara?
Aye. The resolution certifying the results of the election for CFD number 2016-1 has passed, and I would now ask for the clerk to conduct the first reading of the ordinance relating to CFD number 2016-1, which would authorize the levy of special tax in accordance with the special tax formula approved by the landowners within the district at the election for CFD number 2016-1.
Do I need to read that in its
I should
entirety?
read the title if the council would like to waive the full reading. I don't know, John, if you guys have a...
So the title on the ordinance is Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, dissolving improvement area number 19B of City of Beaumont Community Facilities Districts number 93-1, and ordering the recordation of a notice of cessation of special tax lien to improvement area number 19B.
So you can have the entire ordinance read, or you can waive the reading of the ordinance and vote on it.
I'm okay with waiving the reading of the ordinance.
I
We have
concur.
consensus?
I'll second that.
We have consensus.
Yeah, this ordinance is dissolving improvement area 19B and 93-1, correct?
There's two different ordinances to be introduced tonight. There's one that's authorizing levy the special tax, and there's one that's the ordinance to dissolve the...
But this one is the one dissolving 93-1 improvement area 19B. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I would now ask for a motion to introduce the ordinance for CFD 2016-1.
Wait, we haven't voted on this.
Oh, I apologize.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
We already have a motion and a second.
Oh, we do?
Yes. I heard a motion and a second.
Yeah, it was Dello.
I just wanted clarification so I knew exactly what I was voting on here.
Did we take roll?
No, we have not taken roll.
Okay. So we'll take roll call then. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
And Mayor Lara?
Yes.
And then now there'd be the second ordinance to be considered.
I would now ask for a motion to introduce the ordinance for CFT 2016-1.
Waiting for the reading?
I think the city clerk's looking for the ordinance and going to read the title of the ordinance, and then you can take it from there.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. So an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont acting in its capacity as a legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities Districts number 2016-1, authorizing the levy of a special tax within the Community Facilities District.
So you can have the entire ordinance read, or you can waive the reading and take action.
I'm okay with waiving of the reading. Do I have consensus from council?
Waive.
I have consensus. We'll waive reading. Motion at this time. Read the ordinance. We're looking for Community Facilities District report.
Well, you would have to vote on that ordinance. You haven't voted on it yet, so it would be a motion to waive the reading and approve the ordinance, if that's the inclination of the council.
Yes, that's correct, City Attorney.
Okay.
Yeah.
Need a motion to approve the ordinance?
Waive the reading.
Waive the reading and approve the ordinance?
So moved.
All second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Knight, second by Councilmember Roscoe, to waive the reading and approve the ordinance of 2016-1. Roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
No.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
Item 6 and 7, Mr. Forbath, we don't need to address anything on items 6 and 7, which is Community Facilities District Report.
No, those are just
Okay.
subject to filing.
All right, so you're done with that item on the agenda, Your Honor.
Okay, that brings us to item 3D, award of contract for surveying services.
Honorable Mayor, Council members, this is item in front of you is a award of contract for surveying services. In accordance with the city's procurement policy, we sent an RFP out in October of 2015. We received 8 proposals. Staff interviewed the top 3 candidates, and what we're recommending is approval of contract with 2 of the top candidates, and which would be the ones listed here. Would be Towell and Hicks and Hartwick. Now, the services provided under this contract are for surveying, plan check services, and the fees that we collect for the plan check and surveying pay for these contracts. So a percentage of that goes towards paying for these contracts, just like in building plan checks. So there isn't an impact to general fund on this contract. That's my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
We'll close public hearing at 9:58. No questions from council?
Hicks and Hartwick's in Beaumont, right?
I'm not really sure where they are. I'm not aware of these two companies.
I think they
don't
are.
know.
That was my only question.
What was your question? I'm sorry?
Hicks and Hartwick is in Beaumont, correct? It doesn't, I know they are, never mind, I was just trying to make a point, so.
What was the
point? Not made, I guess.
That they're local?
Yeah.
Good thing?
I move that we approve the contract to the first two, Towell and to, oh, I'm sorry, you had one question?
Yeah, I had questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand your point.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing that we keep business in Beaumont when we have an opportunity to.
Okay. Yeah, point taken.
Councilmember Roscoe, you had a question?
Yeah. Who was doing the surveying prior to this RFP going out? Currently, right now, who's doing it currently?
Currently, we have two people doing the services now. Since we had a lot of tracks that were currently being processed, what we did is we submitted some of the tracks to NV5. NV5 is our consultant for plan check for engineering services. Surveying was not part of their contract, but since we didn't have anybody and there were a lot of plans that needed to be done, we were doing that. We also had a previous company, Dennis Genda Incorporated, but their PO was limited. We only had about 10,000 in their purchase order, but we did have some of the work that was already done. Some of the plans were in third or fourth plan check, and didn't make any sense to send them down to a different plan checker and cost the developer more time. So he was finishing up those. He's finished up most of those plan checks. Anything that new has come in since I've been here for the last month and a half has gone to NV5. Once this contract is in place, then we will have them going to these.
Okay.
Either one of those.
All right. I appreciate it. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I'll second the motion. Councilman White.
Okay.
If there's no questions.
Well, I didn't finish my motion, but I can. Right? I move that we approve the contract to Towell and Hartman, Hicks and Hartman, right? Hartwick. Perfect.
Long night.
No, it's not. It's only 10 o'clock.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, second by Councilmember Roscoe to approve. Roll call, Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us down, down to item 3G, resolution, Crossroads Industrial Park.
This is an item that relates to the Wolverine project that was discussed earlier on the agenda. Bob Patterson in my office has worked with the developer's legal counsel on this particular matter, and so he's going to give the report and the details on it. And I could have certainly summarized it, but I wanted him to be here in case you had any questions that you wanted to ask, that he would be more equipped to respond to because he's been involved in the whole process of negotiating this.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is a fairly routine matter, as Mr. Pinckney mentioned, regarding the Wolverine project. This is I'll just call it a certificate of agreement. It has a much longer title. It's actually a certificate of agreement, compliance and assignment and assumption agreement with respect to amendment and restatement of development agreement between High Desert Partners, Crossroads One LLC, and the City of Beaumont. As I mentioned, this relates to the Wolverine distribution point of sale distribution facility at 1020 Prosperity Way in the City of Beaumont. I need to get this closer.
And basically what it does is the overall project that the development agreement covers is 160 acres.
The Wolverine project is about approximately 40 of those 160 acres. There is a development agreement that covers the entirety of the 160 acres, and since 40 acres is being sold to this entity named USEF Crossroads One LLC, there's a need to assign a portion of the development agreement with respect to that 40 acres to the USEF, which is the buyer. All right? So what USEF is going to do let me back up. High Desert Partners LLC owns the entire 160 acres. They are in the process of selling 40 acres to USEF Crossroads. And in connection with that sale of 40 acres, they're going to transfer some of the rights and obligations under the development agreement to that buyer. USEF Crossroads is then going to build the project, and then they're going to lease it to Wolverine. No, it's complicated, but this is the way it's working. And then Wolverine is going to have an option to purchase that land also at some point in the future. It's also my understanding that USEF may purchase the balance of the project at some point in the future, but that isn't before you tonight. So, as I mentioned, this is an assignment of a portion of the development agreement. It also provides that USEF is going to perform certain deferred improvements under a deferred improvement agreement that is related to the project. So when the project was originally started, it got underway and then it stopped, and so there's a lot of roads, street lights, sidewalks, things of that nature that were left unfinished or that need maintenance and repair. And so a deferred improvement agreement was recorded against the property to assure that the developer will make those deferred improvements at the appropriate time. And so that agreement is also being assigned to this USEF Crossroads. So in other words, their USEF Crossroads is going to do the deferred work that needs to be done in connection with building the point of sale facility. So that's obviously a good thing. The other thing that the agreement does is it is a certificate of compliance, which basically says that the developer is in good standing under the development agreement. So city staff and your city attorney's office did a compliance review to assure that the developer is in compliance with the development agreement. They are. And so what you will be voting on tonight is also a compliance with the development agreement statement. So that's basically it. It's a fairly routine matter. Oh, there's one other item in there, which is that we added a section that says that any lender on the property is not subject to the obligations under the development agreement at this time. If they were to foreclose on the property, then they would be subject to the development agreement and any continuing defaults that might exist under the development agreement. And so this helps the developer get financing for the project. So this is part of the overall package of making this facility available to the city of Beaumont, which, as Kyle mentioned, will have significant economic benefits for the city of Beaumont. And so if it pleases the council, I can answer any questions. We did have the developer here, although I don't see him any longer. He must have gotten tired. He left his things behind. And so in any event, if you have any questions, I can answer any questions. Otherwise, you can begin your discussion and take what action you believe is appropriate.
Mr. City Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do have 2 members.
I'm going to go ahead and entertain the public comment at 10:07.
Bruce McDonald?
Well, we have a brief law. I want to correct a statement I made on the last issue. Hicks and Hartwick are Redlands. So it was a long night last night and a long night tonight, but it was not Beaumont. They're in Redlands. Okay. Still better than an Orange County firm, in my opinion, but just wanted to clarify that. Don't want to be accused of lying. It's happened before.
Sorry. You guys moved the agenda along fast. That's great. I'm Bruce McDonald, and we have a development agreement that we're taking assumption and assignment of, all the obligations under the development agreement, and that's what the compliance certificate is about tonight. It states that the development agreement's in compliance with all terms contained within the agreement, and our company is acquiring a portion of the property now, and then hopefully the balance of the property later. So in accordance with the city guidelines within the development agreement, we have to get a transfer concurrence, or what's otherwise known as a certificate of compliance, from council. And that's what the presentation by the city attorney was tonight for you. So I advocate supporting this certificate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
We also have a speaker, Nancy Gall. Did Nancy leave?
No, she left.
Okay, then there's no further speakers.
Quickly? As far as the development agreement, this may not be germane, but if they're can generate an outlet in Beaumont, I've talked to the developer real quickly, but I could see where we could get a tremendous amount of local and regional traffic who comes into the outlet to purchase, and that would be more sales tax arguably than we would get through e-commerce. Just getting my hands around it, but just that wholesale outlet here in Beaumont would be huge. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at 10:10.
Mayor, if there are no objections, I could make a motion and we can move along.
I'm okay with that.
Let's go. Okay, I move that we approve this resolution.
I'll second this item.
All right.
Okay, so motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, second by Councilmember Roscoe to approve item 3G. Roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Motion carries. That brings us to item 3H.
Mayor Lara, since this matter involves my law firm, I'm going to recuse myself and step out of the room.
Okay. Okay, this brings professional services contract. Where's the plot leaves? That we have invoices for professional services through 4/30/2016 of $78,432.51. The attached documentation supporting the charges.
Again, if there's no discussion, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the invoices.
Mayor, can you just open and close the comments? There's no speakers.
There's no speakers. We'll close public comment at 10:12.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, Councilmember Knight, to approve 3H city attorney invoices. Roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Give a second for our attorney to get back in. That brings us to item 4, City Treasurer Report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I want to welcome the new city manager. I look forward to working with you. Every week I have a scheduled meeting with staff to go over treasurer finance issues. I go over the warrants, and so I'll talk to you about that and make sure it fits with your schedule. But I'd like to reestablish that with you if at a time that works for you.
That would be great.
Okay, so I'll contact you after you get your sea legs and see whether the time will work for you, and if I'll be happy to adjust it if it doesn't.
I'll have somebody, either I or somebody will call you tomorrow, and we'll arrange the time.
All right, good, thank you. That's a time usually when I communicate to staff also what's going on with the Standing Financial Committee, and then I get updates on any project as well as any questions that may come up about the warrants. So it's usually pretty brief, and I try to come with my information in summary format, so it's pretty quick, but I appreciate that. The Standing Financial Committee met on the 16th to review the response for trustee services, the response to the RFP that went out. We determined that the respondent should be interviewed and evaluated for potential recommendation to the Standing Financial Committee to move ahead on that. And basically, if the committee likes the answers and the interview process and the evaluation, then the committee would go ahead and make whatever recommendation they felt to council, either to take the respondent that answered our RFP or to open it up again to a wider audience. So we will go ahead and address that at the next meeting, which is on the 6th of June. On that date, we also have on the agenda to discuss CFDs, and a lot of the items that were brought up tonight are going to be part of that discussion. We're going to use Four Seasons as kind of a pilot project on discussing what can and cannot be done from the CFD perspective. With what we understand, we do realize that at some point we may have to go to legal for some of the answers, but the purpose of the Standing Financial Committee was to address issues that would get too in-depth for council and to go ahead and sort of push in areas that you didn't really want to take the time to do in this meeting. So we hope to go ahead and accomplish that for you on the 6th. So that meeting, and we're going to make sure that if we can, that meeting is recorded for the public. And I may even see if we can move back to this room for that meeting, because it might be a larger public audience that attends that particular meeting. I attended the Economic Development meeting, the first one. It went very well. The next meeting, they're going to continue, and I thank both council members who sat on that for launching it extremely effectively. I thought it was a very good way to launch the first meeting. And the next one, it will be discussing goals and objectives and sort of moving the next step beyond that first meeting. I hope to bring to the committee a concern for pushing the tax base in other areas besides burdening the new residents of the city with high special taxes. And that's one of the goals and objectives that I hope to bring to the committee, is to see what we can do to increase the revenue for the city without doing it as much on taxing the citizens through CFD fees, because we all know that we're overburdening some of our residents and putting them in difficult situations. So that's one of the things I hope to bring. And the warrants were reviewed, and if council has any questions, otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your report.
Mayor, we have public comment on this.
Okay, open public comment at 10:17.
Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Last night I passed out packets here of information. It was addressed to Van Lant and Fancannel. I decided to hand deliver their packet this morning. I drove to Loma Linda. I passed the Civic Center area, and the address took me to a residence. I checked over and over again, but sure enough, it was someone's house. And I wanted to leave the packet. I went to the front door. No one answered. Dogs barking. So then I called a number that I had for them, and it was Greg Fincanel. No secretary. They have no website, no office. Who are they? Well, they are the only firm that answered the RFP, and they were recommended by Bill Allard. I'm a little concerned about this, and I left him a message that the packet was on his screen door and that he had a duty of care to report any criminal activity within 30 days or their firm will, and I use that loosely, will be reported to the State Board of Accountancy. So I just have my suspicions about this, and I know that they have had they have nothing. I don't know how far they've gotten in the process, but this better be an honest audit. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you for your comment.
Speaker.
Mayor, would you like me to? They were our only respondents, which didn't give us a lot of variety and choices, but both Mayor Pro Tem White and myself called their references. Their references were very strong. They have started a new firm. I suspect maybe the facilities are a little light for the new firm, but they have deep experience. Their licenses and certifications were checked, and they all held up. So basically, everything held up except for a new building. And I didn't go to their physical address prior to the audit committee review that we did of their services, but I don't have any reason to believe that we're in a precarious situation with them. They are certified fraud examiners, so I suspect that that would be a particularly precarious position for themselves.
Thank you very much for adding that.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add briefly that, this audit is critical. To get this audit completed is absolutely critical to the city. And the city went through the process of going through an RFP. They had one firm, but my understanding is that as a result of the communications that occurred, that the speaker spoke of, that we may lose the sole auditor that responded to our RFP. And that would put the city in a bad situation if we lost the single auditor that responded to our RFP. The city council is working diligently to get its house in order. Part of that is having an auditing firm, but unfortunately, we'll see how it plays out. But it is, I appreciate the fact that the council and the treasurer's office and the finance committee are trying to right the ship. When you go out and you identify professionals that you're going to work with, and this sort of thing goes on, and then you potentially lose that professional, it really sets you back. But anyway, I just wanted you to know that that's a potential issue.
Thank you. Will you please keep us posted on that?
Mayor, I'd like to make a response also.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
I spoke to the finance director in the city of Yucaipa, a man who's been there for 18 years. Yucaipa is a very solid financial city, and it's a finance director we would love to have. And he spoke very, very highly of both these guys. And I don't remember Mr. Alward's. I didn't make my decision based on anything Mr. Alward recommended, but they did check out. And they've been working for Yucaipa for a number of years. And again, I'd love to have Yucaipa's finances. I'd love to have their finance director, but at least we got their accountant, their auditors.
Thank you very much for that comment.
And I'd like to add one detail to that. I also called proactively audit firms besides VLF, and precisely for this reason, to get as many seeds as we could into the process. And because our RFP went out so late, most of the audit firms were already committed with all of their resources. This firm was not committed with all of their resources, probably in part because they were new as a partnership. And I never got the impression from anything that ever happened in the RFP process or in any conversations that there was any improper connection between this firm and any of our former city management staff.
Thank you. Any further comments? Then we'll bring us to the city manager report. Item 5A.
Mayor and members of the council, in my material, I did not have anything on the debt policies and procedures, so I'll have to follow through and see where we are on that. On the Community Facilities District Quarterly Report, you'll see that there's a reporting format, but obviously the information has not been populated, and so we'll follow through on that. I think we'll be able to begin doing that, especially once we get the reconciliation done.
Mr. Warren, that was a template for us to consider for using in the future.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I mean, you jumped in the seat tonight.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm interrupting you.
I apologize, but go ahead.
I just wanted to share, I feel it's critical for transparency for us to have the CFD reports in a format so that people can go online and look at it and know exactly how much money was in a CFD, what it was spent for, and so it is a template. And there is one for each CFD area that we currently have, and it's on Excel. All it needs is to be populated. And I just reviewed lots of different things that other cities did and found a format that I thought was good and
excellent.
Moved it around a bit. One thing I wanted to share is a couple of other items that I think should possibly be put on there. And I would just like the council to take a look at that and see what they think about us using that document, because I think it will go a long way to restoring the confidence of the public of going forward what is happening to their money.
Well, thank you for doing the research, and I'm sorry if I didn't totally understand. I think the format's good, and I think it's a good beginning, and I think we should put it online so everybody can see exactly what's taking place.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
You may want to also talk to Mr. Bush. I believe he has a similar format that he's put together in regards to the CPs as well, based on his research and what he's done. Just, I don't want you to have to duplicate work, but you've got two options there, it looks like.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
We'll follow through and do that. There is a letter from the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District. Basically what it's inviting the City Council to do is participate in a discussion of regional water supply issues. They have not designated a date, but they did want the council to have a heads up so that once we get the dates, that if you desire to participate, you could.
Yeah, I have a little bit of additional information. I received this in my inbox. I had requested that it be shared with council.
Okay.
They are in the process of setting a date. San Bernardino or Valley Water or Valley Municipal Water District has agreed to chair the meeting. They will keep us posted as to a date, and we can select an ad hoc to attend the meeting once it's been set.
Excellent. And then the only other item, we have a calendar of events, and it's in your packet. That's all that I have to report this evening.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Councilmember Roscoe, I wanted to bring something up on this item. I know I had mentioned it to Elizabeth, but
if possible, I know I had the opportunity to attend one day at the Contracted Cities conference. We weren't not invited. Well, we were invited, but let me say this. We were. It crashed the party. We were invited, but we're not part of their services anymore. I was able to speak to the new coming on members board and the president, and they offered. I suggested that they send something official in writing because they had offered us to be participants at least for a year at no cost. Now, I'm not going to speak on their behalf, but that's what they had offered, and I was going to relay that back to the city manager and the council, because if they're going to offer us, to network and to be a part of solutions at the Contracted Cities level, I think that would be a good idea for the city. So I will have them reach out to Mr. Warren and discuss that. Also, I had the opportunity to kind of get an insight about waste management, and I had a discussion with Michael Bush, who was at the attendance there, and they're talking about waste management contracts, and he suggested that to Elizabeth at one time that we give notice, and I would like to put this on the agenda, to kind of give notice to Waste Management that we are in the process of ending or renegotiating our contract with them. I think when we are looking at our financial plan and our budget, this is an opportunity for us to do it now, and it takes time. Michael Bush suggested that we have to go through this process of notification to let them know that we're going to go through this process to work ourselves as city to get a better deal than what we have now. So I just ask that get consensus here that we can put that on the agenda and have Mr. Warren take a look at that and speak to Michael Bush, and we can have an opportunity to revisit the waste management contract. So, and I apologize to bring that up. I just remembered right now that John.
I'm going to step out of this item. The city
I'm sorry, I
manager
apologize for that.
and that's okay, because it involves a company that my firm has done work for. I haven't fully evaluated whether it's a legal conflict or not, but to err on the side of caution, I'm going to step out for this discussion.
I totally forgot. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
about
okay.
that.
That's all right.
Yeah. So, well, wait. I apologize, Mayor. I forgot totally for that.
You got my consensus to put it on a future item, future agenda item.
Okay, and I support that.
Yes.
We have consensus of the council to place it on a future agenda item.
We'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Warren. I appreciate that.
Just looking out for us. We're looking out for what we can do for our city.
Plan ahead. We've got our city attorney. Please.
I'm sure I just made his day.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that.
You have to pick a side.
Oh, you tell us one of his most important clients.
This brings us to item number 6, the city clerk report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I don't have a report tonight. I just would like to welcome the new interim city manager. We look forward to working with you. We had a real close relationship with the clerk's office and the prior interim city manager, so I look forward to meeting with you and squeezing me in sometime in your busy schedule, kind of go over how we were doing things and make sure that's within your approval as well, and I look forward to working with you.
Well, we look forward to doing that, and somebody will be calling you in the next day or so.
Oh, very well, thank you. And that's all, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez. That brings us to the city attorney report.
And I have nothing to report this evening, Your Honor. At the next meeting, you'll have a report on all the pending litigation. We do that in a second. Well, it would be at the next meeting. It's once a month, and we'll go over that pending litigation at that time, and I'll give you a report at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney.
Yeah, thank you.
That brings us to item 8, consent calendar. Are there any items that council members would like pulled?
Well, I don't know. When I sit on the RCTC, there's an item here that I need to recuse myself, but at RCTC, they vote on the consent agenda with the understanding that I'm recusing myself from that one item. Should I pull the item, or?
Well, you can say that you're recusing yourself on that item.
Okay.
And then you can vote on the consent calendar.
Perfect. Okay. I will be recusing myself on item 8N.
N?
Yeah.
So, I'll make a motion to approve.
Mayor, Councilmember Roscoe, we had a member of the public request to speak on 8I.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open up.
So we should pull 8I then?
8I? We'll pull 8I.
Okay. I'll make the motion to approve 8A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, J, K, L, M,
and N.
And N.
And N, with N, with the mayor, Councilman, or Pro Tem Mayor White recusing himself for N.
I'll second.
So will we be able to take a vote on all of them, through A through that, or should we just vote on?
Everything but 8I.
You know what? I apologize. Let's let's pull N as well. I'm recommending that you pull N. Although under the conflict code, you can do it that way. I just prefer that we pull it.
Okay.
And there's no question.
So we'll amend that motion by pulling item N only.
Okay. So your motion then will be to approve A through H with an addition of J, K, L, and M. Is that correct, Councilmember?
That's correct.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Yes, I had a second.
You had the second, okay. So motion by Councilmember Roscoe, second by Mayor Lara. Roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
And Mayor Lara?
Aye. That motion carries. We have a speaker. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and wrap up N. I'll make a motion to approve item N once Mr. Mayor Pro Tem White.
Let's wait until Mayor Pro Tem White.
Questions on N?
Questions on N?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm just joking.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on item N.
Okay, so motion by Mayor Lara, second by Councilmember Knight to approve 8N. Roll call.
Giving a hard time.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye. This,
Is it something we do to each
that was
other?
quick. This brings us to item I. With that, I'll open up public comment at 10:36.
Judy Bingham?
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. We're at capacity. It is not possible for the city to expand the sewer plant. There is no money to pay for the project. Council illegally spent all the fees, taxes, and mitigation fees collected for the sewer plant on consultants and forged reports. There is no legal EIR for the expansion, and the city has no ability to acquire a legal EIR in a city that built 15,000 homes without building a fire station. Since the raids, this council has paid Wildermuth $520,000, Wildan Engineering $180,000, Utility Partners $1.3 million, and Interwest Consulting $27,000, all for the sole purpose of covering up the sewer plant's deteriorated condition. Council also paid $70,000 to Clinical Labs of San Bernardino, but cannot produce Title 22 recycled water because all of the money was stolen and a recycled water facility was never built. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I have a quick comment. So
Mayor Pro Tem White?
are you suggesting, Ms. Bingham, that we do not approve this letter and then just start paying a $10,000 a day fine?
I wasn't speaking about the fine.
Well, you were speaking about this item. Okay, I just want to...
Because you did not ever bring it up. This is the first time we've seen it on an agenda, and it's on the consent.
Okay. Yeah, I would move to approve this. We're not actually approving it, are we?
Just receive.
We're just receiving. I move that we receive and file this.
Got to do something about it, though.
I'll second.
I missed the motion by Mayor Pro Tem White. Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
To receive and file, roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
And Mayor Lara?
Aye. With that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting at a regular session of this meeting on 10:39.